that kickoff in the immediacy with respect to the first budget reading and all of that? Well, there's been a long wait, 3 months almost since the John Mahama administration officially took charge. Today, we can hear from the finance minister himself, who will be presenting those budget estimates, and then as well the financial plan of the President John Mahama administration. But we're live here in Parliament, where members of Parliament continue to trickle in their small numbers. We've seen a number of minority MPs as well who've made their way onto the chamber. We're waiting to just catch a word or two from a number of them. Some members of Parliament we've heard from already. Others we are waiting to hear from, even as the conversations continue in the different nooks and crannies. We as well know that the minister, in the lead up to this, I was seeking to provide you details of, has been frontal in terms of engagement, was in the marketplaces, seeking to hear from traders directly. There are different shades of opinion, really, with respect to that approach, whether or not it is an approach that best fits a minister in the lead up to the budget reading. There's been arguments for and against it. Some have made the argument that it's come off as populist. Others have stressed the importance of broad stakeholder consultation in the lead up to such major government policy announcements like these. We're expecting to be able to catch them and get a few words from them, but let's try and get a few words from this member of Parliament as well, just briefly. Honourable, thank you very much for joining us here. Your expectation ahead today of the budget reading by the Finance Minister?
The first I want to hear is the removal of the e-levy, removal of betting tax, removal of the COVID levy, because that is something the MPP government had promised if we were to be in government, and to make sure that we'll put in policies that can help grow the economy. One good thing that we all know is the fact that if you look at the debt to GDP ratio, it has gone down to about 61%. Plus, and it's exciting. It tells you that what the MPP government was doing was working amidst the COVID interruption, the Ukraine war, which is still ongoing. You realize that the policy they had put in is working. If you look at the numbers that came from Saskar Service, talking about a growth of 5.7, which is fantastic. So, so it tells us that what the NDC and the president was touting about as the economy being criminal environment is false, and we are expecting that there's going to be a growth in the economy. Our projected target of 55% debt to GDP ratio in 2028, we are expecting nothing less. So that means that the policies that are going to be put in today, the budget and the numbers that are coming, should be something that can do nothing but to help us to achieve this macroeconomic indicator. Then the micro indicators also, we want to see how best we can improve on the skill environment. You see, because you are talking about GDP growth, then you talk about, that means you are talking about your goods and services. And goods and services can never happen just by government machinery. It has to happen by the investment that we are putting in the individual, the skill that the individual is being given to make them productive, to make sure that the quality of their skill, the services they are producing, the goods they are producing is a higher value, so that it can affect your GDP. Then, of course, we're expecting the 1D, 1F that the MPP government has started is going to be invested in, so the private individual can create jobs. Government doesn't create jobs. It creates an enabling environment for the private sector to try. That is what the MPP government started and was doing, investing in road infrastructure, investing in 1D, 1F, investing in energy, keeping the lights on, making sure skilled labor is made available, because that is a huge capital that we have always not worked on. to make that bold decision, even at the time of COVID, to invest billions of cedis into free secondary education. It wasn't a joke. The basis had been placed for this government to be successful. They cannot fail. And we in the opposition here, we want to sustain the gains that the MPP government was able to achieve in the past 8 years. And we want to make sure that we are a positive addition to the governing of this nation. And we don't expect anything less. So we will make sure the Ghanaian citizens get the best on return on investment.
Just quickly, with respect to inflation targeting, the finance minister stresses they're looking around 8% plus or minus 2. From where you sit, 23.1% is inflation for the month of February. Is that overly ambitious?
I cannot. It all depends. Inflation is a combination of other factors, so we cannot just look at just a single figure and just have figures. What we want to see is how is it affecting the pockets of individuals, how is it affecting our exports, and how is it affecting the economic environment, and how is it affecting the commercial banks and the individual people that are importing and exporting, and how is it affecting your personal investment. So it's not just throwing about figures. We want to make sure that it's having impact on the economic environment, it's having impact on hardship and how people are able to go about their day-to-day activity.
Thank you very much. That's Dr. Fred Che Asamoah. Thank you for speaking to us as well. Let's speak to the Minister for Government Communications as well. Honorable Felix, thank you very much for speaking to us. Big day for the Mahama administration. A lot of expectation, tax removals and the likes, but the burgeoning question is how you're going to balance these tax cuts and then deliver on your promises in this first year. What can Ghanaians expect?
Well, the Minister of Finance has answers to all the burning questions, and in due course, in a few hours, he will be on hand to unveil the economic and financial policy of the Mahama administration for the 2025 financial year. And given the commitments that we made to the people of Ghana, we are determined to ensure that those commitments are kept and that the budget begins the process of economic recovery, coming on the heels of the National Economic Dialogue, whose conclusions and inputs will find space in today's budget. I also look forward to the revelation of key policy proposals that will help strengthen various sectors of the economy, like agriculture, like industry, the services sector, the energy sector, and what have you, financial sector, and what have you. So it's a budget that I believe portends good news for the people of Ghana. And in the end, all will appreciate that the Mahama administration has gone to great extents to keep faith with them and build an economy that will be beneficial to the generality of our people.
To what extent have these consultations found space? You mentioned the National Economic Dialogue, but we know that subsequently the Finance Minister has been engaging young persons on social media and then market women as well in the lead up to this. Some have described it as populist and not really going to find space in the budget because the budget may have been prepared already. How would you respond to some of these?
No. What happened is that Cabinet approved the framework for the budget, the key, policy proposals. But there's always room for input from various stakeholders. So you find that during the National Economic Dialogue, the minister made a commitment to ensure that inputs emanating from that dialogue find space in the budget. He also went to the market. He has engaged Ghanaian youth. So the concerns raised during those consultations would find space within the budget in a manner that is satisfactory, that convinces people that this government is one of inclusion and one that respects the views of all Ghanaians.
Honorable, thank you. I'm sure we can speak a lot more afterwards. I appreciate that you could speak to. That's the Minister for Government Communications as well, speaking to us. And so a lot more and more members of Parliament continue to come into the legislative chamber as we anticipate the arrival of the finance minister as well, with respect to what it is that we can hear from him today. It's a big day. It's a really big day with respect to the Mahama administration. We see that the CEO of Precious Minerals and Mining Company, Sami Jemfi, as well, is making his way into the legislative chamber, as well as other members of Parliament as well. Let's try and get quick thoughts from Prof. Just briefly, expectation today with respect to the budget today. Just brief thoughts, Honourable.
I think it's better for us to wait for it.
Right, Prof. Just few thoughts, if you don't mind.
I only speak to the budget after it has been read by the minister. Yeah,
Right, sure then. That's Professor Kingsley Nyako saying that he will speak only to the budget when it's been read by the finance minister, not wanting to jump the gun with respect to what it is that is being said today here in Parliament. In Parliament, but essentially a big day, a really big day for the John Mahama administration. We've been touching bits and pieces with respect to expectation and what it is that people are looking forward to seeing, hearing from the government today. I mentioned the CEO of PMMC, acting CEO, is making his way into Parliament. But we'll seek to get a few words from him as well, as he proved pivotal with respect to what we've seen from the Mahama administration. Sami, thank you very much. A big day for the John Mahama administration. What can Ghanaians expect based on the campaign promises, the promises to cut taxes? There are those who are raising concerns that there could be real challenges in terms of trying to balance it all out with these tax cuts and deliverables in this first year.
Look, we were very clear in our minds relative to the promises we made to the people of this country in the run-up to the 2024 polls. Our promises were well thought through, and we knew right from the outset that those policies we're promising are pragmatic and implementable. And so we are not going to have any difficulties keeping faith with the people of this country. Abba and Papa Abba, the change we voted for is here. The hope the people of this country need is here. And I'm very optimistic that by the time the finance minister is done reading this budget, many Ghanaians will find hope in his words, because we are going to have a budget that responds to our needs, responds to our aspirations as a people, a budget that will ease hardships, a budget that will create jobs, a budget that will create prosperity for all, and a budget that will respect the social contract that we in the NDC have with the good people of this country. And so I have no doubt in my mind that the promises we made at the polls will be implemented by this government starting from today, the reading of our first budget.
Just quickly on your mandates, PMMC, the gold board, the importance, natural resources, which we're expected to be able to get a bit more from. A lot of confusion in the minds of Ghanaians wanting to liken it to Cocoa Board and the huge debts that they've incurred subsequently. What's the clear vision of this gold board which you're seeking, your administration is seeking to implement?
Well, the objective is very clear. The objective for the gold board is to optimize forex mobilization and gold reserve accumulation for the country. And it is all aimed at stabilizing the national currency, the Ghana cedi, and creating prosperity for the people of this country. And I know that today the Minister for Finance will throw more light on the gold board in the budget, and those who have questions may have their questions answered. But even beyond the budget, the bill that we were tasked to put together by the President and the Finance Minister is ready, and I know that the Minister will be laying that before Parliament in the next couple of days. So everything is being done in a very transparent manner, because it is about Ghanaians. It is about how we can all have a solid national currency and bring, have a control over the dollar rate, which is killing businesses and killing Ghanaians. That is what the Good Board is all about. And I'm sure that today a lot more clarity will be provided by the Minister for Finance into this budget. But above all I want to say is that Abba and Papa Abba, just brace yourself for far-reaching policies in this budget that will help us build the Ghana we want and create prosperity for all of us, create a country where all of us can realize our potential as a people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Sammy Jemfe. Let's speak to Dr. Gideon Boako. Dr. Gideon Boako, just briefly, he was an advisor to the president, the vice president, I should say, in a conversation with the acting CEO of PMMC as well. Quick conversation. Let's speak to Dr. Gideon Boako now. With respect to expectations. Doc, thank you very much for joining us. A big day for the Mahama administration. You in the NPP have stressed that a lot of what we will be seeing going forward will be the work that you've put in place as a result of the IMF program. What are your expectations today as Dr. Kessie Alatoforson reads that budget?
Well, it's a day for Ghana. This is the budget for the country. And that is to be presented by the finance minister on behalf of the president. As we all know, budgets are to give indication of how the government intends to raise revenue and also spend the revenue that he raises. I believe that where we are as a country, there's so much expected of the Ghanaian people. What I want to see the finance minister present is a candid appreciation of the situation, where we're coming from, the strides that have been made so far by previous governments, and what he's also going to add to what he inherited. It is important as a finance minister for him to realize that whatever he says today, good or bad, presents a certain image of the country to both Ghanaians and people outside the country. And so he has to be very candid, present the true picture. If he's talking about data, he has to deal with verified data, because a lot of government data are in transition. And so as a finance minister, your core responsibility is, if you're making payments, you make payments from claims that are verified. What we are hearing, I don't want to believe, is that the finance minister intends to present some debts and claims that are not verified, to let it look so big and present to Ghanaians to say that this is how much we owe, and for that matter, the country was run down. Yesterday, we are very lucky to have the Ghana Statistical Service present the economic data of this country. And the data that was presented by the Ghana Statistical Service puts our nominal GDP beyond 1 trillion cedis. It has never happened in the history of this country. It tells you that when the former finance minister, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta, presented the 2024 budget in November 2023, and he said that for the first time, Ghana was going to record a nominal GDP of over 1 trillion, Ken Ofori-Atta was right. It also tells you that no matter how you want to pass a judgment on President Akufo-Addo's government, the economy that President Akufo-Addo and the MPP came to meet, that was growing at 3.4%. Today, the Statistical Service says that Ghana's economy is growing at 5.7%. So what President Mahama left us of 3.4% has been upgraded, increased to 5.7%. Not just that, in terms of the nominal GDP, which measures the size of our economy, President Mahama left us with a GDP of $219 billion cedis. Today, Akufo-Addo has increased that size of the economy with a nominal GDP of 1.2 trillion cedis.
the big question is whether or not it's come with the tangibles for the ordinary Ghanaian. Some of these growth figures, GDP growth of 5% you speak of, has not come directly with growth, and this growth has been linked to the mining and quarrying sectors, which have not been something that's come along with job creation and the likes. There's been debts which have plagued this economy by and large, which has been spoken to. And so yes, there may have been growth. Yes, the economy in nominal terms may have reached $1 trillion. This government says there are teething problems and we're still not out of the woods yet.
There's no government that will not have teething problems. You cannot have an economy grow from 219 billion to 1.2 trillion and not expect to see significant improvements. That is why you are seeing that the NPP government provided the largest number of ambulances that Ghana had never had, the largest number of school infrastructure that has never been witnessed in this country, the largest number of hospitals that had never been witnessed in this country, the largest number of roads that had never been witnessed in this country. So the evidence is there for everybody to see. And the provision of safety nets in terms of social interventions, everybody knows that if you want to compare any government with Kwame Nkrumah, it is the Akufo-Addo and the NPP government that has provided the most social safety nets to the people of this country. So a 1.2 trillion nominal GDP cannot be washed away. Okay, that's the most important thing, that you should know, that that is the asset that President Akufo-Addo and the NPP have bequeathed to President Mahama. President Mahama, when he was leaving office, did not leave us this huge asset as Akufo-Addo has bequeathed the country.
Let's final question with respect to inflation targeting. We've heard the minister mention something in the regions of 8% by end of this fiscal year. Ambitious or achievable, considering the statistical service pegged February inflation at 23.1%?
It's not ambitious. It is the foundations that the NPP government has laid that is seeing that significant drop in inflation. Remember, in 2022, following the Russian-Ukraine crisis, Ghana's inflation, like that of UK, America, and all other countries, skyrocketed. In our case, it went to 54%. Gradually, from 2002, 2003 to 2024, we have seen inflation drop from 54% to 23%. That is unprecedented. That is the sharpest drop, a turnaround following crisis for an African country. And that drop in inflation is expected to continue this year. And that is why the IMF and the World Bank last year, following the significant gains that were made on the economic management, projected that Ghana's inflation is supposed to drop to 8 plus or minus 2 this year. So it is a target that is achievable. It is a target that is coming from the foundations that have been laid. And so the finance minister should be able to acknowledge this. You can't wash away the significant strides that the Akufo-Addo government made. And that's what we are seeing, the signs we are seeing today. You are inheriting an economy that is worth 1.2 trillion. 1.2 trillion. That is the economy that President Akufo-Addo and the NPP have left for President Mahama. When he was leaving, he left Ghana 219 billion. Akufo-Addo has increased that. If your father inherited your grandfather and was able to grow the size and the wealth of the family from 219 billion to 1.2 trillion, you don't just be ungrateful to that your father. He has to be grateful. The finance minister must acknowledge and say, I am grateful to the NPP, I am grateful to President Akufo-Addo for leaving me such a wealth, 1.2 trillion in terms of our nominal GDP.
Thank you very much, and we'll continue to speak. And so that's a former advisor, economic advisor to the Vice President, as we continue to ready ourselves really with respect to what it is to expect later today. I can see a number of members of Parliament already who've made their way into the chamber. We'll bring the conversations in relation to three thoughts here, but we will continue to monitor proceedings from here in Parliament for you as we ready ourselves for the presentation by the Finance Minister. Mahama Igbeta and the rest of my colleagues, back to you in the studio, and we'll be back shortly with a bit more in terms of reactions.
Well, so Mahama Igbeta giving us an update, speaking to a number of individuals, including the Tana North Member of Parliament who used to speak for the Vice President or the former Vice President of the Republic, who also at the time chaired government's economic management team, and that the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo-led government, Dr. Gideon Boakye, a number of individuals also spoken to. But that's what we're going to do right here in the studio. And I have your Michael. Michael, what's up? You're just behind the wall. That's what we do as always, live, bringing all the relevant information, etc. And what will you be doing quickly?
So we'll be walking you through a number of indicators. For instance, the 120-day action plan the NPP, NDC government had ahead of their swearing in, what they hope to achieve within the 120-day period. We'll be walking through the numbers and see what has been done, what is left, what more is there to look out for. And of course, this would also influence what we should expect in the budget, because a number of highlights were indicated there. For instance, that some taxes will be scrapped within the first 90 days of the policy. Those are basically a few other things that we'll be talking about.
Well, certainly. So make sure you stick and stay, because also we've been sandwiched by some great people, not only from academia, industry, but also making sure they do the advocacy, representing various sectors of Ghana or Ghana's economy. So I have Mark Bedu Abuaje. He is currently for the Ghana Chamber, the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Chief Executive. So good morning to you, and thank you for joining us. It's an afternoon here, so I'm still right on the dial.
Sure. Yeah,
and then my good old friend, and not old, but I've known him for a long time. So Joseph Paddy currently also is a communication director for the very troublesome union, and the Ghana Union of Traders and Industry. Every month expects a statement from Dr. Joseph Obing or Paddy or etc. And Mr. Paddy, thank you for joining us as well.
Thank you.
And then
we are the holders of the economy.
Yes. So when they say they are the holders, it means that from everything start to finish, when it comes to making sure what goods are needed, how you get to suppliers outside our borders, and then also how those goods come in, they cover every facet of it. And then speaking to the issues of the policy, industry, academia, we also have regular right here on the channel now, Dr. Peter Tekpe. And well, thank you again for joining us and sacrificing your time.
Thank you very much.
Well, and quickly, Michael will take us through some numbers, and then we'll quickly be asking some key considerations. Look, Michael, we know that there's been 120 days by way of the promises that have been made, and then also some of those promises actualized or seen to be implemented in the first place by John Dramani Mahama and the rest of his ministers and the government in itself. But really, what are the numbers like? What should we be expecting? How have they been so far, Michael?
So, Johnny, we are just around 70-something days since January 7 that President John Mahama took office. But before that, he had entered into a social contract indicating what he would do within the first 120 days. So we'll be walking you through some of the things that he had said he would do, how far they've come with them, and those that are yet outstanding. So top on the list was to hold a national economic dialogue to assess the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program for the budget. I was at the national dialogue, and it was quite interesting to see the level of camaraderie, support rallying around that occurred at that particular dialogue, from civil society organizations to academia, industry players, policy implementers, and the likes. And it just shows you for what people have described as the goodwill that the government currently is enjoying the masses. So that we can take off as having been implemented. And I'm believing that, I'm guessing some of the policies that were proposed over there will find their way into the budget presentation that we're expecting Dr. Kasiala to forcing to present any moment from now in Parliament. There was also, within the first 90 days, abolished the following taxes to alleviate hardships and reduce the cost of doing business. Top on the list, I think this has been the most talked about levy or policy over the last 4 years, the e-levy. And I think that if this government is able to finally pull the brakes on this levy, they would get a resounding applaud from the masses, because the level of resistance this levy has received from the public, from industry, from even the telco players themselves and the likes. So John Mahama says when he comes into office, it will be scrapped. And then COVID levy has been an interesting one, because it's been years since the levy. It's been years since the COVID pandemic has been over, and yet still the levy still persists. So 10% levy on bet winnings, and then emissions levy. We know that these three taxes, once they are removed, government is going to be losing over 7 billion cedis in revenue. So the big question will be, how does government plan to make up for that revenue shortfalls? Then the next is to review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported for industrial and agricultural purposes
within the first 90 days. That means that we should see something from this policy in this 2025 budget that government will be presenting. Of course, it tells you that they are keen about the agricultural sector and are hoping to do some massive drive in there with tax waivers on machinery for basically that. So now we have convened a national consultative conference on education and build consensus. We know that has been implemented. The implementation of a no academic fee policy for all first year students in public tertiary institutions, including universities, colleges, and the likes, that will have to cross-check on how it's faring so far. And then it also begs the question, how is government going to fund it, and how do we make sure that it doesn't affect the smooth running of tertiary educations across the country? So these are among some of the other free policies that the government hopes to implement, from free sanitary pads to free tertiary education for persons with disability and the likes. And those are some of the things that this government hopes to implement within the first 120 days. Roland.
Well, very instrumental there, very educative as well. For those of you who have joined us on social media, TV3 Ghana, across social media, whether it's on Facebook, it's on X, it's on all the relevant ones, YouTube, and then, of course, the one that has always been getting all your videos trending, TikTok. Please make sure you share the stream. Let's have some great conversations. Very soon we'll be doing some acknowledgement so far, but the question would always be right if it's first posed to those who are in the industry, those who tend to interface with the various players, whether supplier, people within the supply chain, or those who tend to do procurement, etc. Very instrumental. Mr. Paddy, at the end of the day, all those promises have been made. There's a lot of baggage that has been inherited, and you'll find that by December, the inflationary trends have always gotten us just within the 21 to 23% mark. Food inflation has always run just a little above 27, 28. So we're still floating around there. And the question then will be, there's a promise of import substitution for many of the things we consume. Yet you people, I mean, for those who play key roles by the importation, etc., you have to go source these goods from China, the rest of Asia, and elsewhere. If the government wants to get it right in this budget, what needs to be done to make sure import substitution as a policy or a strategy is gotten right first off?
Yes, thank you very much. Let me say once again, good morning to your viewers. It's right. If government want to get it right, once upon a time there was a saying that if the fundamentals are wrong, the exchange rate will expose you. It was true then, and it's still true now. So we must get the fundamentals right.
So what does it mean?
Yeah, we must get the fundamentals right. Yes, so you talk about inflation, but we're looking at our exchange rate regime. We are looking at our interest rate regime. These are some of the fundamentals that we need to get them right. When we get them right, then government is looking for a place where we substitute importation to production. Let's move into production. But as it stands now, when you look at the environment, it's not attractive. Even the people into production are now wanting to go back into importation. You know why?
I don't understand. What do you mean by that?
Yes, the cost of production in the country is extremely high. Look at utilities. You want to go into production, one machinery will cost about $2 million. You don't have $2 million. You don't have that $2 million. You have to go to the bank to go and borrow. At the rate of 35 to 40%, can you go into business with that position when it comes to the commercial banks? Borrowing. When the policy rate is hovering around 23 to 27%. So the commercial bank is going to give you about 35 to 40%. No businessman can survive under this dispensation. These are some of the fundamentals we are talking. So what is Bank of Ghana going to do to make sure we have a stability of our currency?
It's very critical.
It's very critical. It's extremely critical. Today, $1 is about 15.8 Ghana cedis to $1.
On the market?
On the market.
For example, when I go to airports and I speak to
even it's going to go to 16. So just imagine you're looking for even just $10,000. You need about 160,000 Ghana cedis to just get $10,000. So this is the difficult situation we're talking about. Now we go to our port to just go and clear even a raw material that you want to import into your country. Cumulatively, duty rate is about 55%. So just imagine the raw material cost is about $100,000. You are paying about a duty rate of about $55,000 on duty. So just after production, so you see, in this part of the world, our manufacturers and our producers are not competitive to their competitors out there. Because the competitor goes out there and go and borrow at the rate of 3%, you are borrowing at the rate of 35%. You can't even compete with that person. So you see that we go out there to go and source, to come and support what is produced here.
So let me get this point right before I go to Mr. Abuaji. You're saying that you take the decisions to go and source your goods from cheaper markets, i.e. China, Wales, India,
Turkey,
Vietnam,
Dubai,
Thailand, etc. because of factors that influence the cost of production.
Exactly so.
Because ultimately, for you, you want to get your markup.
Exactly so. Because it's not attractive to go into production, to be sincere with you. It's not attractive, you know, because and looking at all this, after going out there to go and source the same product, the same commodity that is being produced here, you go and buy it there, pay all the duties, and come. It's still cheaper than that which is produced here. After paying duties, it's still cheaper. So
wait,
yes.
Let's say you go to a destination like Guangzhou.
Yes, and someone is producing this pen, and you also want to produce a pen in the country here, in Ghana. You go out there, go and buy the pen, maybe at $1, pay all the duties, pay all the taxes, and that which is produced in Ghana is still expensive than that.
After freight,
after everything, it's still
and
cheaper.
Even clearing.
So why would that manufacturer in the country want to do that? So even people into manufacturing are now moving into importation.
So, Mr. Bedu-Abaje, if that is the case, and that's why we have Mr. Paddy and the rest of those who do commerce, so to speak, because commerce is then the composition of whatever trading and then buying and selling, etc. If we have to get it right, what sacrifices should we be doing? What must give?
Well, I mean, just to start, we did a bit of analysis. Some of our members wanted to do business, and he wanted to import bottled water from Turkey, right? Importing bottled water from Turkey to Ghana, the price after calculating everything was lower than the one that is being produced in Ghana.
Oh, you don't mean it?
I'm telling you.
How?
Because the
take me through. I mean how?
It's extremely. I think he enumerated a number of issues, a number of problems that the business community are facing. If you go to Turkey, you get interest rate for about 2%. Yes, you get
on credit you get in their banks.
Yes, you get electricity running at a relatively lower rate. Constantly. Inflation, everything is relatively lower than what we have here. That is why we've been constantly saying that we should check the cost of production in this country. If you really want to change the structure of our economy, then we need to check the macroeconomic numbers and see how we can stimulate private sector activity. It's as simple as that. Even in our sub-region that we are in here, our interest rate is the highest. Our inflation is the highest. Our policy rate is highest. If you go to utility, we are paying more than even in our sub-region.
Now, when you say utility, you mean electricity and the water you use, for example, if you're a distillery.
Exactly. And these are the basic things that we need to do manufacturing. If you take energy, electricity, for a typical manufacturing company, electricity constitutes 35% of your cost. Yeah. So anytime there is this quarterly adjustment, and you even increase it by just 1%, it means that your cost of production is going up. So we cannot, just by math, say that we want to change the structure of a company. That is why we've not been able to do it over the years. Obviously, as a country, we cannot continue also like this, where we are importing almost everything. Check the numbers. Just last 2023, toilet roll and tissues alone that we imported, $100 million. These are things that we can produce in this country. Oil, cooking oil.
Toilet roll. The one we use for this. Normal tissue.
Yes, normal tissue. Look, flour. We have a company, 4 companies in Ghana. They have capacity to produce 800,000 metric tons of flour. Agri-Olam. 800 metric tons. Ghana, our requirement is 350 metric tons. It means that if you support this company, they'll be able to produce in excess and export. This company is producing less than 40% of its capacity. Has over 10,000 workers. If you decide to lay them off, who will suffer? So for this budget, what I'm looking for is all about the macroeconomic numbers and how they translate to support the micro. The micro are the manufacturing companies. Sometimes you over-concentrate, GDP is 5%.
Yeah.
What kind of GDP?
We look at the macro level.
Macro level. So there is the need, deliberate attempt by this country to ensure that we empower the private sector to change the structure of the economy. The government alone cannot do it.
Mr. Bodo, are you saying sacrifices will have to be made by the political class, MPP, NDC, because they have ruled Ghana since 1992,
obviously,
right?
Yes.
So that there has to be maybe a space given to the government for some time for some of the implementation of these policies.
You see, this changing the structure, we started this way back in Kwame Nkrumah's time.
I don't understand.
No, but our economy, when Kwame Nkrumah came, wanted to make it export-led and import substitution companies. That's why he set up a lot of these companies. If you look at the 7-year development plan by Kwame Nkrumah, that was the focus.
The Bonta tire factory,
exactly.
The Aboso glass factory.
Exactly. And any economy that depends on import is very weak. And any shock would just destroy everything. Just as we had with COVID, our economy is not robust.
Do you tell these things to the politicians?
No.
Those who become the finance ministers, the trade ministers, those who work at the Bank of Ghana, etc. Do they know? Do you tell them when you interface with them?
We have had series of interactions with them. Anytime they present budgets, we are given opportunity to submit our input into the budget. And the things that we have mentioned, the challenges that businesses are facing, day in, day out, we submit it to them.
They know.
They know.
And the past government also knew. The previous one before that.
With the past government, we were also giving, beyond submitting the input, we were giving opportunity to even to come and present and defend the things that we say they should do. In the end, you see only small amount of it with an excuse that we cannot do all. But when it comes to other things, they can do all. Look, this economy cannot move forward if you decide to treat the private sector the way we are treating the private sector. Interest rates must come down. And the interest rate, for me, we also look at the government borrowing. If you have a government with high appetite for borrowing and going to T-bill to borrow, when you do that, you crowd out the private sector. The money that should go to the private sector to invest, expand, and employ people, it goes to government for consumption. When you do that, you are killing the private sector. Anytime the government goes and government wants more money, people also want to give money to government. So what they do is that they will jack up the T-bill rate and the interest rate will go up. So what I'm saying is that there should be a deliberate attempt. It shouldn't be a math issue. It's not a joke now. That is why I expect this budget to lay the foundation for a long-term sustainable growth that is resilient and robust. That is the way forward for Ghana.
And Mr. Bedouabuaje's point then brought me to an issue that had been worrying many stakeholders, and I'm sure even the two of them, whether it's the traders as well as the chamber in itself, Dr. Tekpe, because by the close of the last year, we had, well, credit to the Ghana Trade Advocacy Network, a compilation they had undertaken on Ghana's annual imports, and I always tend to cite this. So we have soaps and cosmetics, $200 million. Oh, sorry, we have to go back to the Chamber of Parliament. Mawina Egbeta is ready again to do some interactions. And again, live presentation, the budget, the first one of John Dramani Mahama's government.
That is first, okay, before expenditure. So let's see the revenue performance in the previous year. And then also, I expect that the manifesto promises of the NDC would be there vis-a-vis the application of resources. And I think that I'll give them the benefit of doubt. Yeah, I'll give them benefit of doubt in the sense that it is for me to see what they want to do. They made a campaign based upon some issues and they were voted for. So I'll reconcile the allocation of resources to what is said. And then I'll give them the opportunity to implement it. Have you done scale of preference? Have you prioritized your manifesto versus the reality on the ground? So how does it situate in context? So I would want to do those analysis and then give them the benefit of doubt that get it done, carry on. And in 6 months, we start doing ex-post evaluations and monitoring and then talking about the politics of it and application of resources, how efficient and how effective it is. So my posture today is more of what did they say in the manifesto vis-a-vis what it is and how they are prioritizing it. And they should take in context of the 6 pillars of health systems and how they allocate their resources. Then I'll give them the benefit of doubt, because really, what I can say now is looking at the manifesto and looking at what you are applying resources to. But they've not implemented. Need I say anything than to wish them well. And like I said, my posture.
Well, we're having some technical difficulties there, but again, we'll go back to Parliament. And I'll just citing the volume of import. You take the actuals and you compare it to what we do by way of the output, and you have to say that going by what the two are indicating, coming from industry, it means the policies will have to be apt, and it means that the support also will have to be coming in. And you, the PhD holders, when we go to business school, you say that, well, you have to rationalize expenditure. So you either reduce expenditure so that you are able to save at the end of the financial year, and that should be the expectation, should not be for this budget. Dr. Tekpe.
Well, I think that the challenge is that there's always a gap between the policy drafters and then their understanding of the real economy.
How can you say that?
Yeah, so if you have policy drafters who do not understand or appreciate the real economy, where they have been in the corporate service before, or they have experienced business before, and then they are listening to the business community, because when this budget is being done, they do roadshow where they invite input from all these associations and groups. Then they will appreciate the presentation from these groups. But these are politicians who are drafting policies who have not experienced business before. They've not gone to business, they've not failed before in business.
They haven't gone through industry working experience.
So to appreciate the level of the difficulties that they are facing. And so when they listen to them.
And they are implementing policies.
They are implementing policies, exactly. So they listen to them and they realize that no, what they are seeing, we will not unite to our benefit, because you see, you are looking at satisfying your manifesto programs vis-a-vis what is in the national interest, and the program that will turn out by the time we are leaving office, Ghanaians will not see the result. And so let us now do a mix of it. And this is one of the reasons why, even though they know their problems, because they listen to the practitioners and they know what is happening, but they are not able to implement it because of lack of political will, because they want to satisfy certain.
So there's a gap, and then more interactions ongoing.
You've seen that in the State of the Nation's address, he spent a lot of time talking about agriculture, and I believe today the budget as well would spend a lot of time detailing our programs for agriculture. It is our intention that we use agriculture to drive accelerated economic growth, create more jobs, improve on the mechanization of agriculture, increase the output, grow the agro industry, so that we can be very competitive on the international market when it comes to food and agribusiness.
On the international market when it comes to food and agribusiness, we've heard the president mention farm extension services being brought in and the likes. In the short term, I want to be able to put a few more tangibles on it. In the short term, what can we expect to hear today? Are we expecting to see, when the Agric Minister spoke about lands being secured and handed out to young people for farming to begin, are we going to be hearing specifics in that regard? or we're going to be hearing things in relation to how we're going to improve our cocoa production, or these extension services being provided? What can we hear, at least for this first 1 year of the Mahama administration?
Well, you are going to hear a lot about the farmer services centers, because we are starting the construction and the functionality of those centers this year. You are going to hear something about Agri-Nest program. You are going to hear a lot about how we are going to support the farmers with inputs. You are going to hear a lot about irrigation for wealth creation. You are going to hear something even about our youth in cocoa farming and how we intend to accelerate cocoa production so that we can meet our needs, our trade needs, and so on. So, I mean, it's going to be a comprehensive array of all the key initiatives that President Mahama has been speaking to. And so after the budget, I'm sure we'll come back again and look at it. But it is very important to underscore the need to clearly unearth or uncover the current state of the economy. Earlier on, I heard Gideon Buako speak to you, and he was making some very different...
1 trillion, I mean, 1.2 trillion. You disagree with some of the things he had to share with
deceptive, extremely deceptive economics he was trying to do there, because the truth of the matter is that economic growth is a function of where the economy is and how much it has increased and how much government investment has been done. The 5.7 economic growth that they chalked last year is just a doped economic growth, and it's a doped economic growth because the past 2 years they are not paying any debts, and so all the monies that they are used to, you are supposed to use to pay the interest rate, the principals, were input into the elections expenditure, and which is elections expenditure gave us that growth, and so that is a dope growth. But if you do a real analysis of the economy, in fact, in the first place, no economist of his sort will use nominal GDP to do any analysis, and if you are going to use nominal GDP to do any analysis, then do it properly, because in 2008, when we came into office in 2009, the GDP was 17 billion Ghana cedis. In 2016, when we were living, it was 220 billion Ghana cedi, and that is about 1,300% increase in the nominal GDP. So if you compare 220 billion in 2016 to 1.2 billion now, they have just increased it by 5 times. We increased it by 13 times, and that was significant. Again, we should look at the prospects of how we are going to double this particular GDP in the shortest possible time. And so if anybody does that analysis, then that person is not being fair to the data, is not being fair to the analysis, and being economically deceptive. And that should be completely treated.
Doc, we'll speak a bit more. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Let's speak to Fifi, who's the General Secretary of the governing National Democratic Congress as well, just briefly. A big day, you'd agree, first budget of the Mahama administration. Quite a weight of expectation for you, but you are poised to deliver, I believe.
Yes, we campaign based on what we knew to be the difficulties for the nation that we saw, and the need for us to start taking steps to restore hope to the people of Ghana. And I think the budget today will begin that exercise. We are quite conscious of the massive difficulties that we've met. A lot of what we thought it was, upon assuming government, we've realized that things were far more worse than we thought they were. But the kind of promises we've made are promises that we made on the back of, shall I call it, a very the fact that we've been in government before and we've met some of those difficulties before. Several of our expectations were pretty much anchored on some of the things that we know can realistically be started. And this budget today would start announcing some of those initial policies. But as you understand, we have a 4-year horizon. Therefore, not everything can be done in the very first budget. Subsequent budget will continue resolving the issues as well.
In the immediacy, we know there are mentions of major tax cuts as well as cuts in expenditure as well. What is that one tangible that Ghanaians can really look forward to after today's delivery by the finance minister? Is it to say that after today, comparing to Akufo-Addo in his first year, he ambitiously launched the free SHS policy, could we be hearing the finance minister fully launch either the 24-hour economic policy or the free tertiary education for level 100 students?
I prefer not to go ahead of the finance minister. As you understand, I need to allow him that privilege of bringing, shall I call it, the set of policies that we hope to announce. But the most important thing to remember at all moments is this: governance is not just about hype. It's not simply about the kind of things you do so you can get an applause. It's what you do that would bring about sustainable development of your country. And I'm sure we'll be seeing the beginning of that. Policies that would start anchoring us, bringing us back into a place of stability in order to allow that over the next 4 years we can develop this country in a way that Ghanaians will know clearly that there is a much better government in place.
Thank you very much. That's the Honourable Fifi Fiavikwete speaking to us just a short while ago, and we got the indication that a lot more with respect to expectation will come forward, but we're still gearing up quickly in relation to what it is that we'll hear today from the finance minister here in Parliament. Let's speak to the member of Parliament for Evaluate Jomoro Jura right now. Honourable, thank you. A member of the Energy Committee as well. What can we expect today when the minister speaks? Maybe you're a member of the Energy Committee as well. There's been a lot of talk about privatizing ECG. We know that the National Economic Dialogue, the subcommittees suggested a privatization of quite a number of key energy assets. Where do you stand on this? What can we expect from the finance minister today as well?
Thank you, my brother, and it's good to see you. I believe when the outgone president said that they had left the lights on, Ghanaians were wondering how the lights were left on. Now, how do you leave lights on when you leave a debt of $3 billion? You understand it? This is just like firefighting. Where there's fire, you quench. As we speak now, the IPPs are being paid, are owed about $1.2 billion. You understand? And also ECG is a problem because ECG that is supposed to use the cash water mechanism to ensure that all the sectors along the chain get what they need to keep the power on is a problem. So by privatizing, we ensure that the collections in terms of revenue can be increased so that it reflects all the way to the generation bit. So I believe that also with renewable energy, they can be matched up because of the cost of electricity. As we speak now, it's so expensive. Ghana happens to be one of the most expensive places where power generation, the end user pays so much for it. So I believe that there'll be ways to manage it, especially where the ASLA money that was gotten was about, by the last government, was about 45 billion. And how can you have 45 billion Ghana cedis when there's a debt of about 75 billion? And so I believe that there will be ways to cut, and especially when renewable energy is being added to it. And that'll be a good thing. Sure. And so that is the hope, that there'll be ways, I said the cuts, to ensure that electricity, for example, becomes affordable for the end consumer.
Thank you very much, Honourable, for speaking to us. I've just seen the finance minister as well make his way into Parliament. But let's speak to the Honourable Sticker as well, the member of Parliament for Nshaiso as well. Honourable, thank you very much. You're live on TV3. Big day in Parliament today. We spoke to you about 2 weeks ago in terms of the true state of the economy. What do you expect to hear from the Honourable Dr. Kassia Latofosin today?
In the first place, my regards to him. He is a very respectable person. That he's my colleague. I mean, I trust in his competence, and so I hope he's going to do the needful. And of course, the needful is to present a budget that will give Ghanaians hope. I believe he's going to present a budget of continuity, because what we left for them end of 2024, he will come here to present them. I'm sure you read Statistical Services figures that our GDP 2024 in terms of percentage, 5.7%, even far higher than 2016. Even just that. I mean, our primary balance, all those figures has started doing so much war. So we are expecting them to accept the fact that we did not leave, a comatose economy for them to manage, just as our present president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, is claiming. They should be truthful to Ghanaians. They should laud the MPP government and continue the good works that, after all, building a nation is a process. It's not an event. And government is about what? Or governance is about continuity. So I hope that all the promises they made to Ghanaians, how they are going to manage the taxes. But I'm also advising them that they should rather present not politically inclined budget statement.
What do you mean? What do you mean by politically inclined?
Well, sometimes we all do, whether NDC and PP. Politically inclined budget is a budget that contains extracts in the area of taxes, in the area of other policies that we know they don't offer that sustainability we need, but just to convince Ghanaians, to get them aligned with us and to get that goodwill we want from them. But you do that and destroy the country. So they should make that proper holistic decisions that will make sure that the forward movement of our country, the growth and the stability of our country that we expected, rather than doing politics. It's like outside gentility, home cry. That is not what I want. What they present outside should be the true state. Their policies and other things should not necessarily inure political capital, but it should inure the benefit that we need as a country. With that, I think Atufos is a fine gentleman. I wish him all the best. We are yet to see the text, the passage. Then after that, we can put it into scrutiny.
I'm sure we'll do that subsequently, but thank you very much for giving me your thoughts in the lead up to the presentation. And so we'll continue to await, really, but like I mentioned to you, the Finance Minister, Dr. Kesia Lato-Forson, has made his way into Parliament. And we get the indication as well that the Speaker of Parliament is on his way as well to the chamber. We're just going to hand back to the studio quickly and then do a quick transportation to the public gallery, where we'll continue to pick thoughts for you just briefly in relation to the budget statement to be presented by the finance.
Well, so live visuals from the Chamber of Parliament, live presentation of the 2025 budget by Dr. Kesia Lato-Forson, the Finance Minister, and it's the first budget of the John Mahama Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman government. It also is expected to detail policy measures that are expected to be introduced in such a way based on campaign promises for the 2024 general elections are expected to influence and affect growth in all sectors. Mind you, well, let's go back to Parliament.
Till after the budget. Right then, great. Indicative of the fact that he watches TV3 as well, because he pointed straight out to me that his General Secretary has spoken, which is the case. The General Secretary of the NDC provided a few thoughts for us in relation to his expectation as well in relation to the budget presentation. And so if you didn't know, you should be watching TV3 because we are your most preferred in terms of news and current affairs. But let's quickly pick thoughts from the Bongo MP, Mr. Bawedia, just on what we should see today or hear today from the Finance Minister quickly.
Thank you very much, and let me say good morning also to my constituents and the people of Ghana as a whole. I feel what to be contained in the budget should not be different from the promises that His Excellency made to Ghanaians when he was campaigning. He talked about removing certain taxes, the e-levy, removal also some of the betting taxes. These are things that I believe the budget will reflect. I believe also that the budget should seek to implement some of the promises that the president made whilst he was campaigning. For example, Farmer Services Center, what is the provision made for that program to take off? We talk also of the National Apprenticeship Program. Then also roads. There are several roads which need work to be done. So I think that the budget should give us some indication as to allocations that will be made so that some of these promises can be achieved. I want to think that His Excellency, through this budget, will do all that is necessary to ensure that he satisfies Ghanaians so that no single promise is left out. We may not complete all of them in this year, but at least there should be some beginning as regards satisfying the people as regards the promise.
In your constituency, what will be one of the major things you look out for to be captured in the budget? Because the argument is that it's supposed to satisfy and appease every individual with respect to their needs and aspirations.
In my constituency, I'll be very happy that there is some allocation for the construction of roads, the road particularly linking Bongo to the Namor border, and then the road that leads from Bolga through Zoko and also to Namoi going through Fiu and then going back to Dua. I expect that road also to be dealt with in this budget. And also with regards to education, in our constituency, most of the classrooms do not even have desks. I expect a budget that will allow the education ministry provide some of these things to ensure that our children are able to learn. Health-wise, we also need health infrastructure. We are particularly interested in a new district hospital. The one there was not meant for the purpose it is serving today. So we want a multi-purpose hospital that can be satisfy the health needs of the people of Bongo.
Thank you very much, Honorable. That's the Honorable Bawadia speaking to us this morning as well. We continue to gauge for you thoughts and opinions in the lead up to the budget. The Honorable Abena Osayasare, Honorable, just quickly in relation to budget statement, right? She says that she cannot share a word or two with us at this particular point in time. We're continuing to build up really in relation for you ahead of the budget presentation. We'll try and speak to the Honorable Samir Uko as well, just quickly in relation to what it is that we're going to expect. The Honorable Samir Uku, we're live this morning. Just brief thoughts. No, we're not going to trick you. I'm not going to ambush you. We've been doing that for quite a while. The Honorable Samir Uku has agreed to speak to us, but we continue to pick thoughts for you in relation to what it is that we are to expect from the Minister just a short while, any moment from now really, because a number of MPs have made their way onto the floor of the House at this particular point in time in relation to what it is that we can and we should expect. But we're live here on TV3 where legislators alike in their numbers have made it into the floor of the House right now. We know as well that the Finance Minister has made his way into Parliament. We're just anticipating the arrival of the Speaker as well any moment from now, and then proceedings can commence on the floor of the House. But a lot has been said with respect to expectations ahead of today. A lot with respect as well to what the laid down plan of the President Mahama administration would be as well. But let's try and get a bit more for you here on TV3 as we continue to gauge thoughts and opinions in relation to what it is that we are to expect today from the finance minister. The Honorable Amabua just briefly, no, Honourable, just briefly, with respect to what to expect today. There's a lot to expect.
This budget is really going to confirm to the people of Ghana that this is the hole that has been created. When we said that the previous government has been careless, this is what we meant, because we are going to paint the picture of a place that we could never imagine that we've been sunk in, a hole. But we are also going to give the people of Ghana a plan that lays out a prosperity and hope for the coming years.
Honourable,
that's what we are going to do.
Just quickly on in relation to Galamsey, it's a topic that's come up. We've seen the work that you started. You visited the Ashanti region. There are those who are asking that they want to see a bit more decisive action. Civil society groups are bringing back the conversation of a state of emergency possibly being declared. What can you tell Ghanaians is the way forward?
I think the first thing we did was to lay out the seriousness of the challenges faced, whether it's the destruction of our forest reserve or our water bodies, and to lay out a plan to address all of that. And we are saying simply that this fight is our collective fight. This is a fight that all of us together must win. And we are saying that we can do legal, legitimate mining without destroying our forest reserve and our water bodies. And we are going to do that with a big stick. And we are going to fight to the end. We are not going to relent, but we are going to make sure that we organize mining better so we can have better outcomes.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable. That's the Lands and Natural Resources Minister. Let's speak to a former minister who managed that exact same space as well. Perhaps I'll pick the thoughts first off from that angle with respect to the fight against Galamsey, which we just heard the minister speak to as well. You just left that ministry as well. Your thoughts really in relation to how they've decided to go up into legal mining in the first 3 months?
Well, you know, a lot of work was done in the previous administration in our effort to clamp down illegal small-scale mining. Some of the measures that are being put in place today, I mean, a lot of the measures today were implemented in the previous administration in even a much more, if you want, draconian manner. You recall the burning of excavators and so on and so forth. It's a very complicated menace. It's a very, very complicated canker, and it requires a collective effort of the nation. The new minister is just taking office. I've been in that office before. I know the difficulties and complexities it comes with, and I would rather that we give him some time and space to settle down, get a grip on this situation, and we can assess him in the months and years down the road.
Away from Galamsey and then expectations in relation to today as well, what can you tell us is your expectation as the opposition?
Well, first of all, I think you've all heard from the Ghana Statistical Service about how the Ghanaian economy is on a recovery path. Growth rate is now 5.7%. The economy, the size of our economy is almost quadrupled from 200 billion plus Ghana cedis to 1 trillion plus Ghana cedis. Inflation is on a downward trend, interest rates is on a downward trend, the CD is much more stable, and therefore it is clear that the measures put in place by the Akufo-Addo administration is really yielding results in terms of the recovery of the economy. Let's wait and hear from the finance minister, and I believe that when the finance minister takes the stage, Ghanaians will be hoping for him to put in place policies which will build on this solid foundation and recovery foundation which has been laid by the Akufo-Addo administration, and to bring about the much needed relief for the Ghanaian people. But let's give him a hearing and let the hearing be constructive and objective. The minority will definitely have to scrutinize and hold government accountable, which certainly we will do. But at the end of the day, let's hear him first. Thank you.
Right then. Thank you very much, Honourable, for speaking to us. That's the Honourable Samuel Abu Jinapo speaking to us as well. And we're just gonna pick quick thoughts as well. Quick thoughts from the Honourable John Jinapo, from the brother. Doc, thank you as well for speaking to us briefly. Doc, what can we expect today with respect to the energy sector? There's been a lot of talk. The National Economic Dialogue proffered a number of solutions. Just talk to us about what Ghanaians can expect today, particularly from the energy sector.
Well, like you said, at the National Economic Dialogue, the energy sector featured prominently. In fact, that was the main topic. Because currently we are dealing with a debt of about 80 billion cedis. That's a huge amount. And the debt keeps mounting and compounding. So the first issue is, how can you stop the bleeding? How can you reduce the losses and secondly, how do you amortize or structure the outstanding liability and pay? But more importantly, how do you secure fuel? This year alone, we estimate that it will require about $800 million to procure liquid fuels alone. And the minister has dealt with some of these issues. A lot of them were discussed at cabinet. He gave us a briefing. I'm very confident that based on what the minister is putting out, we'll be able to turn the sector around. Currently, we produce enough to meet the demand, and so there'll be no need for a load shedding timetable. But there are some serious localized issues that we've inherited. The grid, the transmission system is very, very weak. It's facing serious challenges. A lot of them are overloaded, and so it will take a bit of time to address some of these challenges.
How much time? Because that is the basis upon which your colleagues on the other side have said you should provide a load shedding timetable to the Ghanaian.
Provide a load shedding timetable when you are not shedding load. I mean, when we asked shedding timetable, they told us to go and publish our own load shedding timetable. But we are humbly telling Ghanaians that we have enough to supply, so there will be no need. If there are localized outages, we announce. And ECG has always announced that they are doing a maintenance here, there's a problem here. That is done on a daily basis. And so I don't know exactly what they will require. The Ashanti region is hugely challenged, and I'll be visiting the Ashanti region this week, where there's a primary substation being injected there to stabilize the grid. We want to commission that, and when we commission that, we'll see much, much improvement. It's a difficult sector, it's a difficult area, capital intensive, with serious challenges, but I'm sure that given the caliber of people we are working with, given the tenacity of that we have, we'll be able to deal with it. But I'm very, very upbeat about today's budget.
Just two quick questions from me from the economic dialogue with respect to the capital-intensive nature of the economy. There were suggestions of a privatization of a number of assets outside of ECG, which featured prominently during your vetting. You're the sector minister. Is that going to feature in the thinking going forward in being able to deal with this huge debt you speak of within the sector?
No, we want some private sector participation. That we are clear, and that's what we sold to the people of Ghana, and that's the mandate the people of Ghana gave to us. So we would involve the private sector. Selling of assets, we are not considering that. We think that we can still engage the private sector. Unless it becomes exceedingly necessary, we do not believe that this is the time to sell the assets. And so we are on that. Thank you very much.
So just finally on the second gas processing plant, which come on stream, there's been concerns of financing the cost of that particular construction. How do you respond to that briefly as well?
The cost of financing it is far cheaper than the cost of buying liquid fuel. This year, we require $800 million to buy liquid fuel. The gas processing plant will cost you about $500 million, and you make savings of about $400 million every year. It's non-negotiable. Look, people want to buy liquid fuel because that is where they get their money. I'm telling you, if you look at what the previous administration they were doing, for me it's unconscionable. The amount of money you use to buy liquid fuel, half of that can build a gas processing plant. It will create jobs, it will lead to value retention, it will strengthen your currency, and you can process your own domestic gas. Why would I spend $800 million to go and buy liquid fuel from Nigeria when I can process domestic gas and add value to the economy? It's not negotiable. Wherever we'll get that money, we have to get that money. Other than that, the sector will collapse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the Honorable John Jinapo. He is the Energy Minister, providing quick thoughts for us as well. As we continue, really, in our build-up here on the budget presentation by the Finance Minister, continue to pick quick thoughts. Let's speak to the Member of Parliament for Navrongo Central right now. Honourable, thank you very much as well for making time to speak to us this morning. Again, the question is simple. Thoughts in anticipation of the Finance Minister, who we have indication is already in the chamber as well, will be presenting that budget any moment from now.
Yes, so I might first let me say hi to the people of Navrongo Central. And to say that I look forward to a budget that will give hope to the people of Ghana. 8 years of economic destruction, 8 years of indebtedness. I mean, the highest level of debt our country has ever been plunged into. I look forward to our country getting that hope from the president and from the finance minister. A lot of taxes I look forward to be scrapped. Indeed, during our campaign, we promised to scrap some taxes, the e-levy, the betting tax and all of that. I look forward to those taxes being scrapped and then to open up the economy for more investments and then more jobs to be thrown up by the system.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for speaking to us as well. Let's try and get quick thoughts in relation, just briefly as well, talk to us, Honorable, about your expectation in relation to this budget that we're expecting any moment from now. I know the Speaker is coming as well.
Yes, well, it's such a short time because the Speaker is walking in any moment from now and I need to take my seat. But clearly we actually looking forward to all the good things, the promises that we made during the campaigning period and what we've been able to see so far by way of the deterioration that has gone on in the governance of this country in terms of the wiping out of the fiscal space, which we actually need as a new government to roll out our policies. Okay, so what I think that the new government it's doing is to ensure that there is financial discipline, there is enough funding for programs in relation to health, in relation to agriculture, agribusiness, and the rest of it. And that is exactly what I expect to see in the budget as well.
Thank you very much. I'll leave you to rush into the chamber just quickly. So the Speaker has made his way into the chamber, and so we should as well now be rounded up in anticipation of the start of proceedings on the floor of the House. For now, we're returning into the chamber for proceedings to begin proper, and then we can be back here with reactions forthwith after the presentation by the finance minister. So Mahama Egbeta and the rest of my colleagues here, for now, returning and handing you back into the Chamber of Parliament, where proceedings will commence in the immediacy any moment from now, and then we can then hear from the Finance Minister, Dr. Kassia Latoforsen, who will be presenting the first budget statement for the Mahama administration. Back into the Parliamentary chamber, we're back with a bit more reactions after the Finance Minister.
Well, Egbeta, they're giving us the latest. For those of you who are watching us on social media, we're grateful as always. Make sure you share the stream. Very important for the relevant discussions before the main budget by the Finance Minister. I could see a couple of you, New Odati Milton, and all of you saying, including Joshua Alabi, as well as a couple of you saying that you want the betting tax off, etc. Very critical to the conversations for you and what really also is in the public space. But, well, we have to go to the hub of spare parts importation and retail right here in Ghana. That's Aboso Kai. But look, so far, your key expectations. You were on something before we went back to Parliament.
Yeah, so I was talking about those who drive the policy, the gap between them and then the real sector. So, for instance, a typical example, where I come from in Somenya, we grow a lot of mangoes.
True.
And so they are talking about agric mechanization, food sufficiency. These are no new things. These are no new policies. They are there. So the politicians just recycle what they have said over and over and then just give it a new name. So for instance, in Somenya, we have a lot of mangoes. Every year when there's bumper harvest, the mango comes and then people don't buy and then it goes bad. So if you want to really talk about agriculture and you want to talk about agribusiness, then what is important is that how do we ensure that these mangoes that are being grown, we establish a factory or we establish a structure such that people will depend on it and will not migrate to the real, to the big cities. Because when people grow the mangoes or they grow the food and then they realize that they can't sell it and it goes bad, there will be no, and then what is the motivation for people to go into farming? So that is the reason why those who draft these policies must be intentional and understand that you have to look at the process and not the end. Other than that, we'll talk about growing food, then you grow the food and at the end of the day, you don't even have market for it, and you don't even have warehouses to store them, and people will say then there's no motivation for growing food. That is why we need to understand the policies that we bring up, and we have to know the structures to put in place. Most of the time, when people are developing, they develop without putting the necessary structures in place. So normally development outweighs structures. So you go back at the end and realize that, wow, we have to put A, B, C, D in place before we do X, Y, Z. Yeah. That's why you have a sugar factory there. We don't have sugar to feed the factory. Why? Because we're talking about expanding.
We don't have sugar cane.
Sugar cane. So we don't have sugar cane.
So it means that we didn't think of the outgrowers.
Exactly. So you have to put the structure in place, in the infrastructure that is needed to make the end work, and that's what is important.
Okay, already live pictures from the Chamber of Parliament, as earlier on announced by Eric Mawina Egbeta, the Speaker, as well as being led by the Marshal, making sure that they're getting ready to enter the Chamber of Parliament, and that also means that by way of the order of Parliament, which already is printed and then, of course, circulated in the chamber, the order paper will mean that Parliament would have to start. So usually, as you see in, the Speaker will start with a prayer. It's a very concise prayer, well formulated, and then subsequently they'll start the proceedings. Then the information is given out to the members of Parliament on what the business of the day is. And for many of the times, if you report from Parliament, you also find that sometimes you would see that they would have to either postpone or maybe push back and then decide to lead with some other business on the order paper. But in the meantime, we're still monitoring the proceedings. Let's go live to the chamber, the Speaker of Parliament, as well as the prayer for the day.
For the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, we will take item 6. Item 6. Correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Friday, 7th March 2025. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, with respect, none of us on the last row has a copy of the vote sample. No, they haven't uploaded it. It's not on it. Honorable members, page 8. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, page 8. For consistency's sake, item 6A, Methodist Girls High School, Mamfi, from Equiapim. Equiapim here has been spelled with an E. However, if you go to page 262, the constituency, Equiapim has been spelled with an I. So I don't know whether it's the I or the E that's the correct here, just for consistency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, table office kindly cross-check the correct spelling of Aquapim. Aquapim with regard to the constituency, not the general term Aquapim, the proper spelling of the name of the constituency. Page.
Right, Honorable Speaker, it's a correct spelling.
Which one is the correct spelling?
With an E.
So what about page 2 when it's an I?
The Electoral Commission designated it as an I, but for the school...
I am not interested in the Electoral Commission. I'm interested in the correct spelling. It's a challenge to you. If it's that the whole house have not been given copies, that I can come in. But when some individuals don't have copies, it's not a point of order for Mr. Speaker to interrupt the proceedings. Yes. Minister for Foreign Affairs.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, item number 5II.
And again, live pictures from the Chamber of Parliament, and it's where we await the first budget of the John Dramani Mahama as well as Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman-led government, and it's going to be presented by the Finance Minister, Dr. Kesiel Atuforsen. And already we've been doing some critical analysis and also taking you back to the Chamber of Parliament. Egbeta there giving us some insight into what members of Parliament are expecting, what they think about the incoming budget in itself, and our guests also right here in the studio. But what's been done by way of the procedure is the corrections of votes and proceedings of the last sitting of Parliament. But that also will mean that we need to again make sure that we go back to Parliament. But now let's quickly try and wrap up. So what's your expectation so far?
We want to see a hopeful budget that will bring hope to the business community. That's what we'll be looking forward for. That the budget should be very hopeful. And then we also expect some taxes to go off the books to get price stability in the market space, and also to promote production and manufacturing. So these are some of the few things we're looking forward for. So the business committee are very hopeful. You know, most times we look, we talk about physical discipline. The economists will come, for you to have a macro stability, to engineer growth, you need physical discipline. But we are saying that we need political discipline. Our politicians must be disciplined.
What do you mean?
So that they stop overspending. You know, so they cut their budget according to yourself. You are paid 12 cedis and you spend 15 cedis. Obviously, you owe 3 cedis. The following month, you are paid 12 cedis. You spend 18 cedis. You owe add it to it is 8 cedis. And at the end of the day, you are paid 12 cedis and you are owing 15 cedis. What happened? You're always in deficit. So the politicians must be disciplined because they are holding our purse. And we as stakeholders, this time, our eyes are wide open. And we're looking at what they do, and then we'll make sure we help them to be disciplined in some of their decisions that they take in terms of the economy. Because as it stands now, my brother, all the economy are in hands of foreigners. Every time we talk about FDI, no, I'm not against FDI, foreign direct investment. We believe that, we say in our local language, but then, what is government going to do deliberately to empower the Ghanaian So whatever happens, the economy will be in the hands. Now even the trading sector has also fallen into the hands of foreigners. Yes, because look at the malls around us. They are all in the hands of foreigners. So our shares as indigenous, as Ghanaians.
So even in the retail sector, you find Chinese even selling.
It has fallen into the hands of. Even in the hawking sector, hawking has fallen into the hands of foreigners. And how can this have economy that is in the hands of foreigners? If the foreigners resolve to leave this country, we are in trouble. And that's normally what happens when the Chinese want to go on holidays. You see the pressure on our foreign exchange. So it's a worrying situation. What are the policy government going to put in place to empower the Ghanaian? That's what we are looking for. Let the Ghanaian hold the commanding height of the economy. And we believe that with this coming budget, it will bring hope to Ghanaians. Because the rate at which the young ones are traveling is worrying. Leaving this country is worrying. Because they are the human resource that we need to develop the country. And we have to give them hope.
They prefer to be
out there,
maybe cleaners.
To go and develop somebody's country.
Was comparing cleaning toilets to PhD, having a PhD right here in Ghana. I mean, even though it was funny, it related to standard of living. Sure. And for you, Mr. Bedouabwaji, for you at where you are, the chamber, it also means that you're doing representation. You also want to make sure your members and then the policy advocacy is right. Your expectations?
Well, I want this budget to be a solution-based budget.
Solution-based budget?
Of course, because we know the problems now. Through the economic dialogue we had, through the State of the Nation address, we know everything. Now we want to see the solutions to all these problems. There should be a start somewhere. I don't expect that overnight we are going to move out of these difficulties that we are having, but at least there should be a start. Let me quick to add that one of the things I would want to see is how we are going to support the agricultural sector. The challenges we are having as an economy is because of this way of managing the agricultural sector. If you look at food security, I think we have a challenge. If you look at our inflation, a chunk of it is coming from food. If you're able to solve food situations, we solve a huge part of our inflation problem. Now, we have had other policies that seems to set up to solve agricultural problems. We haven't had any better results from them. I don't want to hear any of these slogans, but a clear policy direction on how we are going to develop our agriculture sector. My mother was given an example of mangoes. Last year alone, we imported millions of dollars of mangoes from Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso?
Yes.
A Sahelian country?
Mangoes from there.
So it's not only the onions and the tomatoes and things?
We are importing almost everything, and we cannot run an economy like that. Let's look at the agricultural sector. Provide all the necessary support to the agricultural sector. We are not looking at this whole and colourless form of agriculture. We are looking at a more mechanized way of producing food and also adding value to all these raw materials that we are producing. I mean, in the bumper harvest, you see tomatoes, you see pineapple, watermelons, all there getting rotten. Meanwhile, we are importing a whole lot of fruit juice from South Africa and other countries. What is it that you want to? Now we have set up Ministry of Trade, agribusiness. I want to see the agribusiness part of the Ministry of Trade and Industry working so that we reduce the importation of this fruit juice and other things and produce it here. We create jobs and then we also produce it to feed ourselves, and the excess we can also export. So our agri sector is very key.
On the policy side, what do you expect, Dr. Tekwe?
I expect a policy that will be domestic-based, where it will be driven by action.
Honorable Member, my mic is working. Honorable members, is it the case that your mics have stopped working?
Mine is on. This is on. Then everybody should come here and talk. Mr. Speaker, it appears that my microphone is working, and I'm ready to yield my space for anybody who wants to speak in the House, Mr. Speaker.
They're also meaning that proceedings of Parliament in session, and initially we also mean that after the corrections on the voting proceedings of the last sitting, ultimately they'll get back to the business of the day. So as a team will be going off, myself and the rest of the discussants, and then Kemini Nyamani Amano will be taking over with the next set of guests, and they will listen in to the budget, and thereafter we'll come and do some critical analysis. Stay tuned. Still live in Parliament.
The mic is not working. It's working. But after the time you want to.
Hello, hello, hello. We don't know. Get on. Mr. Jetro, call him to come. Mr. Jetro. Honorable members, may I have your attention for just a minute. Honorable members, the microphone has been configured in such a way that only one can be put on at a time. So where we have 2 or 3 people put on their microphones at the same time, it creates a problem. The system has to restart. So please, let us bear that in mind, so that at all material times, only one microphone will be on. Speakers on and any member having the floor. Let us pay attention to that. Anytime we do anything different, we will have problems. So please bear that in mind. Thank you very much. I needed yours. Okay. Let's reset
Live on TV3, this is our continuing coverage of President John Dramani Mahama's inaugural budget presentation in Parliament. This is to be read by his Finance Minister, Dr. Castle Atoforsen. Now, the pictures you see on your screens at the moment are live visuals from Parliament. The House is on a quick suspension because of microphone defects in the chamber. We understand that some of the microphones need repair. That is what is going on at the moment. Prior to this period, they were looking at the order of business, the summary of the order of business from their previous sittings. They looked at issues that needed corrections, but then they had the microphone problems, which is now being addressed in Parliament. So essentially, we expect that once that occurs, the Finance Minister should come to the chamber and address the House and by extension the Ghanaian people on this inaugural budget, give us a window into what the next 4 years will look like, the next fiscal year will look like under the John Dramani Mahama administration for the second term. So this is our continuing coverage of budget presentation 2025 or budget. Some expectations have already been given as to what they expect to see by the time is done with that budget. Obviously, that 120-day social contract that has been signed with the Ghanaian people, the Minister of State in charge of government communication has told us that it will take into account those promises. About 2 dozens of them in that 120-day social contract, they will take account of that and put that into perspective in this budget. We'll see how that goes. We know the business community has also been talking about taxes. They've been talking about the environment being better for conducting business in this country. And so let's get into some of the those expectations. Martin.
Yep.
Let's see you do that.
Yes, and I mean, it's good to know that the current administration seems quite prepared in their readiness to address the country regarding how they intend to generate revenue, how much they're going to be, they've targeted to earn, how much they are also going to be spending, and how and where they will be spending. And mind you, one of the key sectors that, gulfs a lot of Ghana's resources, financial resources, will be the education sector. So what exactly would the Finance Minister be saying about that particular sector and how it seems to be the sector that takes a chunk of our revenue? But before we even get into all that the Finance Minister will be saying, key institutions have also been putting out their expectations and sharing thoughts on what they think the current economy is, what the challenge from their perspectives are, and how the NDC administration under John Mahama can leverage on the goodwill they have to rally everybody along and make good our finances. So the IEA, for instance, has also been commenting ahead of the budget presentation, and key issues they raised include the fact that they are
supporting fully the fact that e-levy, COVID levy, and then the emissions tax be abolished. Now, that was a campaign promise, and from all indications, these taxes will be abolished. However, the IEA has a contrary view on the betting tax. So although a lot of younger people, especially those who do the betting, both male, female, or boys and girls, although we're all excited that the government was going to scrap the 10% tax on betting, the IEA has an opposing view. They are saying that the removal of the betting tax is going to allow people to do more betting. So they think that the betting tax should be allowed to stay so that it becomes a deterrent to younger people, especially, or people who actually go and bet. So they think that if you leave the betting tax there, one, it will generate revenue for the state, and then two, it will reduce or stop people from going on to betting or wanting to be betting. So a very controversial position, I'm sure.
I wonder if that is an economic position or it is a morality.
Yes, it sounds more on... it probably might be both. The economic part of it will be the fact that it's going to still be a revenue source for the state. However, the moral component also is the fact that they believe it will deter people, especially the younger folk, from going over to be betting or to increase betting. But the truth of the
matter is, in certain jurisdictions, this is done.
Yes.
That you have bet winnings, you have gambling winnings, you pay a chunk of your tax. It has nothing to do with whether or not it is deterrent, or you know, there is no moral reasoning for it. You have to pay the tax, and you pay a lot. For instance, in the lotteries in the US, by the time you can win $200 million and walk away with only about $100 million or less, 50% of that is going into federal taxes. Another chunk of it will go into state taxes. And so, I mean, it may be a bit of both. It may be the path that the government of the day has chosen, but I don't think that the reason behind this should have anything to do with morality. It should be, because, you know, I've heard, when I interviewed Professor Stephen Adey, he also made the same point, but he was clear that he was speaking from a Christian point of view, that this was not good for the young people of this country. But we should find other ways of dealing with that, rather than using that as the reason for why we would want to implement a betting tax or otherwise.
I'm sure the initial reasoning why the betting tax was even introduced had no moral backing or reason for that. But over time, I think the conversation has grown to support a bit of the fact that, look, as a society, as a religious society, both Christian and Muslim, we should take or make sure that people stop betting. But that will be, you know, a lot of people will disagree with you, because people think that, Charlie, we are trying to use our minds to make money. So if betting is one of the ways and means, even there's a committee in Parliament called Ways and Means Committee. So if there's going to be ways and means for people to make money, and it is very legal actually, then maybe the moral argument can be put aside for now. But then, that's what IEA is thinking, that they would want government to consider the fact that the betting tax be allowed. They shouldn't scrap it. They should allow that to stay, because it's going to do two things. It will bring money to the state, and then also it will deter people from wanting to continue betting. But what do you think? In fact, it's supposed to be a national conversation, you know. So do let us also hear what you make of that particular proposal. Like Kemini indicated, it's not just IEA that's saying it, but then Professor Stephen Adey has also made a similar or shared a similar position. So we would also be happy to hear from you what you think. And I mean, still on these taxes, Kamini, there's also been the conversation about these taxes the government promised to scrap. First of all, we would recall that it was during the political, the heat up into the electioneering period, that they made that proposal to scrap these taxes. Now the concern is, now that they've come into power and realizing the reality on the ground, would it still be politically wise to go ahead and scrap the taxes? Well, from all indications, people say that they have made that promise and must stick to it. They are part of the low-hanging fruits this government, can check off their list of things they want to do for the Ghanaian people on the economy. So yes, these taxes, they may have to scrap. However, there are also conversations along the lines of they need to review some of them. So instead of a total scrap, they need to come clear to Ghanaians that, look, clearing all these taxes is going to leave a financial vacuum. How to fill it will be a challenge. So on the back of that, instead of scrapping, so for instance, now that a section of Ghanaians and some civil society institutions think that the betting tax be allowed to stay, there are those who say no. So for that particular bit of the conversation, you can throw it out to the public. Should we scrap it? Yesterday, for instance, someone was advising government that the e-levy should actually, or even the COVID levy should be maintained and renamed to maybe senior high school levy, so SHS levy, where we are paying, it becomes a source of revenue for the country so that it supports education, which some people thought that wasn't a bad idea. So you have some money coming in to support education and not necessarily just scrapping it because of political promise or political convenience. And so we'll see what the finance minister will be saying regarding this particular taxes that they have promised to scrap. And then the opposition already started throwing some spokes into their pipe, saying that there is a likelihood they would introduce other taxes. We've not heard anything from government about introducing new taxes. However, it could also come up that they'll review already existing taxes upward so that they can still get some money coming in. So it's always been robbing Peter to pay Paul situation for a number of governments. They come, they promise, they scrap a number of taxes, but find other ways of taxing Ghanaians or getting money because they need the money to keep the economy running. So we are all waiting with bated breath. Very, very likely we'll pay very keen attention to what the finance minister, Dr. Kesa Lato-Forson, will be saying when he finally mounts the podium to address Parliament and the entire nation. The key issue here and why Parliament seem not to be, there's less activity in Parliament is because they are having a technical challenge, and so immediately we do have that clarity regarding what the main challenge is in Parliament. We'll cross over to get what the finance minister has to tell Ghanaians. So we'll come back to some of the key issues being shared with you here on TV3. Kent.
Indeed, absolutely. And Martin, you make a very valid point about funding free senior high school program as we have it right now. Remember that while in opposition, it was one of the issues that they had raised. In fact, they had even gone to court about it in the first term of, the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And so it will be very interesting to know what proposal they will be making in their budget on how to fund the free senior high school policy. But let's go to Abossey Okai now. We also know that a lot of our activities, economic activities, takes place there. In fact, the members there seem to have a lot of say when it comes to our economy and how the elections roll. So you see how the politicians relate to them, particularly in election here. Let's hear what they have to say. George Quaynen has been engaging some of the traders there.
Some markets, business you man, and I'm a man to but the business in shake here.
Okay, these are my hard-working traders here at Abossey Okai, and for the purpose of this very interview, we'll just be speaking the local dialect. I'll try and translate if possible. Matise skawa pa na me wa Abossey Okai sigenia.
Asana waka. Ni yehunu.
But skawa.
Oh, for you no much ansana onsa America be kono ansana ba.
Like the Odibe Kofi de obenya.
Oh, nyame ya adum de ne e. Untimi nkopan da. Skawa won.
Kaka. So, Minister, no, ebema budget no ende. Then they now we expect to say, obi hu efim.
Oh, my expectation dey ebe miensa. 9 crab me twaso na minian matimi aka bi. Say 11 no, me expect say obi ye free ho. Na emission tax no so no wonye free ho. Na COVID-19 tax no so ye tua ye hu ne
COVID ni ho bi.
Enu so krai ni ho. Enso wo hu sika. Ti enu se sa na ma na be se nya o yi free ho na o man no ya somju ye ni ye nya hoto.
Now sir
Media kakra meeting I can say ministers name peace no. Cast na the mom Uncle no bufu free near the admin abo manica. And think I do any better than the Canoa no munusu. Nasa predia Salmano so Cacrano, and Famwa. Na youth no munya jumano. What me a picture. And also let me meet me a car.
Then I will expect it.
Me expect it say a friend say but your duties no on share on my pa because prices in Yama like duties prices no bad down. Ebe boy and so na nkofo so beto ade a se na musu no o ma to my den atumi ato nti on share on my pa enu na me expect
mo sáré o mo tai kapa say charges port duties no cut down kwa mo nyoma no Ghana I say ye nkofo a ye pe ade for the profit say o from kwa prices will still be high.
Oh that be ye say ye nyesa nyama no say duty a ye beji yen no ye be che gusu agu ye nyama no so say a lower sa na ebe titi nyama no so but ebia okotisu nyama also won say nyama kakra wo inside dada so we say ye den ye to enu kakra ye ban ye hu mre kakra ye clear no free one ones na ebe mu na price no ye less no ye beti so am mo den na what so ye nti so ye beti so
na boss so de ne
oh me de me hia ne say dollar rate na at least it me Jina Fako Maye, a bath from it, Jina Fako, even for a while, any beji because a be a better day and now or cry no ma, a be a by or expectation say be a Obabe no mano, Obabe in dollars are increasing as I might Jumano on Philly because there be a Sonia Scafo floor, no, they can't a Jumano, as answer there be no boca, or no, my banisana, I didn't banis, I said also no man, no tumukakra. Utumusa normal company say no man boy heading and this scanner at least it means stabilize kakra ne jina if you who say oh to ade bia no so sa ade me tui by next 3 months and now by next no man be ba no say no man be jina ho use scanner ko sisa na de ko yia no say at least na aboa ba say obeto anoba ko to ko $1 na ko be obebe no as I increase the on there and want is can it stabilizing my the nebeji
now sir me so me dey kakra say free HS no free HS the master mind bebre say wa ba no mo mfa ne sanka kura because so the second
I think why any clear so on fanisa
by why any clear say on fanisa sanka by the attitude we chire say opese awofo no ogye bibi kakra say bibi kakra kura na obaji a on mo nye no amemfi say na hema ye ne bi no yentumi yentua ayesa what buy a campaign etie na ban no because of omaye no free HS akobi ani tiruma na ba no oni bi obi otumi kwaniti so oye ne hye o ka ma na ha oba mani ntua no obi abetua obaye politics de tie aban no amama ne hye ode ye no entumi nko ti misransa kwaniti onhwe se na obaye hye no amama obi oni bibia no ne se tumi akola no hwe mu ti misra ban o pa
okay when you say last week most dey ya dollar no ko AC we ego AC this
AC 40 pesos within 30 seconds in the sa at the coin.
More than we about 8 no but me who you know as a businessman man GND at the counter man GND here and to me idea was 16 and 15 and dropping by 8 straight sir until me who say be bibi na ekoso social media na bibi but later me for phone me check here no me who say ampa so what I say but all of us are like 2-3 hours time no me who say say then ekọ ba me who here no dey ampa but na me GND
by ampa kwa ko black market kwa so ko go sesa o mega so muniska because there will be disadvantage
I know ba omega is kani ho and the omega is kani ho sana omega ntie sre no wa ba na o kan se obejo ni enu so bitima yontine ma ne ba ye no onye mai no e mai so a yes e no fana se den
say possible say dollar no betumi akọ 8 cedis na Mahama to me ye money ko 8 cedis a ye do money be che no
that no be che
yes because businessman yeah is
the Ghana it's not really about the dollar cedi stabilization there's more to it
dollar or man we mu then na ye o man we mu dollar na dey crab bia then ubetuma be actually media ye o man we mu
Don't you think, say, a high time I beg to okay, Sisian, no my Cochrane will not import again. Near making sure say business is organ, you bet you're more strong now.
I know so, can also, yeah. See, you bet me, I am one, can also, yes, anything was 24-hour economy. Ever. None in animals who fear the audience will be answered to many. Tinning I can't wait in my expect to say, or be implemented, idea, because a very good idea would in I buy, a boy in a say, friends say, a Jumaba couldn't put me and say, a bit what?
Say, or no so bank, everyone is, but once said, no money be brewer, ye ain't me, no money be brewer, spare passing is a see it me, engine. Any son, we had the back engine. Yes, they are back engine pass.
Kantanka, only so engine.
Kantanka engine, Kantanka engine, or ye, Ankaye. Say, who said Kantanka to me, cars and Cassia anyway. She said, I did not to me so to me, Kankasia. And there are not said, on ye, Sa cars and getting kitty, Namukromi, Mattis, and Musa type, no, but why ye be brea, at least, no passing super war, until Obito be crying, or if you're passing now. A bay is a mano, or what you call. Now, Debia, oh, ye can't get no so when you are buying. Support when you are buying support. Is there a banner song we say? Put me carcass here, you wonder that's out to be a carcass here. And just see, I know, yeah, per se, Saka Cantanka and Loyan. 1 year cats and get be. Oh, town running cars, taxi, no one month for bet me. And spare pass and be say, yeah, bet me be a talk. I want to hop. Spare pass in a masca, a backer, and your car no be a beton bar. Spare pass in a maca, with your car, spare pass in a monyoska. And just ought to me your cars and now man for a talk, now man for you, so. Now, baby say, yeah. Yeah, for never call Blucher Cockra, who call Contanka shopper, Wako Baby, no Tasha, until that will be the best.
Munyanka, you be some of the taxes, but mobile shock say, you're the new taxes, Baba.
New taxes are reasonable. I don't know, as a gunner, you never say, you boy, a man about him so city. This is a tax, we banase, a tax money, yeah, I bet Yatum.
Ghana for move tax, yeah.
Sisiano, I say, a man for your business, Kakra or Mofonso. Me ade no enti no 111 de obey die enso so obey you know the only enkomo nyi no for business na mo so 11 an kasa nyina free so a man for be business free a abani nya hwe ye boka enti on de nkonje onyi so kakra yeah na man for won to no so me de me wakoma mu de bitima ye so kasa oyiri nyina ade a omo me business for phone so no ombenya ye a aban boka bebrebe eno so boa ye
11 year or even where because 11 no capital now tax no me capital now tax now anything else or tax me capital and 11 no even where okay and who has all
to me or you sa 11 nyina no the road tax no
road toll no
also the beba no
me personally road toll is say me traffic na cost na me problem
say e cost traffic na e bia say until also be electronic one nti udu ape okroku we bia ato una woko no nti roto no de ska wum nti amakwata kra otu asade ni mu no at least cause financial loss to the nation I say onokro etimi hold no responsible because I say roto si enya kakra wo ho oh twemu
it's a cabinet decision no kwantimi fa ne pe
ti so no ko jan so matwemu no mojitum so nti say rotos no betma ba back bi ma ye ne beje because e ba na the way you say.
Well, some traders from Abosokai, we're still keeping an eye on Parliament as and how things play out. We will take you live there. But as you can see, the Speaker of Parliament is back in his seat, conducting the affairs of Parliament. Remember that earlier, that those microphone problems have now been solved. They are seated. They are correcting minutes at the moment. But this is our continuing coverage of President John Dramani Mahama's inaugural budget. We've been looking at some of the expectations of groups like the IEA, groups like GUTA, groups like traders from Abosokai, who mostly are GUTA members as well. Now let's look at some numbers, some facts and figures, what we are likely to see in the budget, what we are likely to lose, particularly on the high point of the removal of the Christian nuisance taxes. Alfred Okanse is here with us to do just that. Alfred, talk to us. What are we looking at?
At least we got an indication from the finance minister as to some of the pointers to expect in this budget 2 days ago when he engaged young people on the X space. So First off, we do know that the allocation to the school feeding program is going to increase by some 33%. In fact, stakeholders in the sector say, look, it is not good enough, because that's actually increasing it from 1 cedi 50 pesos to 2 cedis. I mean, look at the cost of living now and the cost of food items. How much really can a caterer cook food that's supposed to be wholesome for our children to eat with 2 cedis? It's unthinkable. But then again, they are looking at the constraints that they are faced with, and they are being very marginal with the kind of expectations that they are putting out there. So they justify the 2 cedis by looking at some of the challenges that we are faced with as an economy. They talk about significant budgetary allocations made to the agricultural sector. That's another area as well that will, especially for the not just the agri sector players, but also economists have been looking at, because all the time we talk about the GDP growth rate, but if you break down the headline GDP growth percentage increase and look at the detail in terms of sector by sector growth, you realize that the agriculture sector is not contributing that much to the GDP growth rate as we have seen over the period. And we've actually consistently seen a decrease in the contribution of the agri sector until recently, right? So it raises fundamental question as to, if we have to create jobs, invest a lot more into the agri sector. And I know that one of our guests who's been very heavy on this will come in on that, because the mining and quarrying sector was number one when we had that 6.3% GDP growth rate, and then also the construction sector followed. You look at these two sectors, how many Ghanaians really have a stake in these sectors that we're talking about? How much does Ghana really hold in the mining sector? And we're not taxing them that much. And there are people who have proposed that government should look at other ways of getting much more money from the mining and quarrying sector. It's one area that we'll see how the finance minister will navigate the issues in there. Bear in mind, Kemini, as well, that this year we're going to have to start servicing our external debt. That is also going to put some pressure on the city. We've seen in time past, any time we're servicing our external debt, it takes almost 50% of the strength of the city against the dollar. So there's a fundamental question as to how that is going to be dealt with as we go on, because the finance minister was quite clear that this is a challenge that we would have to deal with as a country going forward. And already the IEA has made proposals that instead of scrapping some of these taxes, because this administration needs all the money they can get, they should look at reducing the margin rather. For instance, for betting tax from 10% to 5% instead of scrapping it. But you see, the politics around that particular promise of scrapping that tax, it will be suicidal politically for this NDC administration not to scrap the betting tax, even though they need the money.
They're already committed. I mean,
absolutely, absolutely. So that's where the fundamental issue is. We'll see how they're going to navigate around it, and especially because for e-levy, many will say, you know what, should have gone a long time ago. COVID levy, some had even proposed that it should rather be transformed into a funding source for the free SHS program. We do know that the previous administration relied solely on our oil revenue to fund the free SHS program until a point where we realized that we need to diversify the funding source. Well, we'll see if that's a recommendation that this administration is going to take as well going forward. But it's quite clear, Kemini, that the challenge that they are faced with in managing this economy, they would have to confront it and capture it in this budget clearly for us all to see, especially what they intend to do, for instance, in rationalizing expenditure. You hear the finance minister talk about that a lot, especially at the ports. The businesses are complaining as to how that's impacting on them as well. And then in terms of rationalization of the expenditure, how much of the governance cost as well are they going to be reducing? We should be able to know how much we are saving as a result of reducing the ministers to 60, and whether there's even that real savings, put cost and some numbers to it, so that you and I can do some analysis going forward with that as well. If you recall, in the 2023 appendix, we had the budget for the presidency at the time, almost 2 billion cedis. you raise questions as to how that can be cut going forward this time around. So these are some of the expectations that you have the major players in the sectors, the various sectors of the economy also expressing as to how this budget would address these issues. Kemini.
Absolutely. I'm really interested in, the budgetary allocation to the agric sector, because you recall that the NDC administration has set time without number that the 24-hour economy will be built on the back of keen on knowing what the plan is for the agric sector when they say they would make significant budgetary allocation into the sector. Is there any more information we gleaned from that, interaction on social media?
Yes, there is more. In fact, he talked about significant support to the sports sector for sports development as well in there. That's one that well, the many people who sports is the fun code of this nation, is it not? We've had heartbreaks and we've seen the state of our stadia across the country. As to how and where this investment is going to go to as well is one area that would be of concern, especially to those people within that particular sector. And there's another that the finance minister talked. Is looking at, taxes. The business community says they are not going to accept any new taxes. That's from the likes of the Chamber of Industry. Others from GUTA also say, well, if the taxes are tailor-made and targeted at specific sectors that are not being taxed, then that could be accommodated, Kemini. But if we talk about expanding the tax net, we've heard this so many times. This budget is going to tell us maybe how this administration is going to succeed in expanding the tax net to now capture those sectors of the economy that are not being taxed. Property tax is one area as well. The previous administration tried it. They had their own challenges.
Yeah. Absolutely. Alfred, thank you so much for bringing us those facts and figures from what we have gleaned so far from the finance minister and the new government in general. Let's have a quick conversation on the back of this as we keep an eye on Parliament and happenings there. Remember, they're still going through a review of business of their last sit-in. Soon, the finance minister should take the podium there and address the country. We already know he's there in Parliament. He's had his pre-presentation meeting with leadership of Parliament. Soon, we should hear from him. In the meantime, however, let's have a conversation here in the studio. This is our continuing coverage of President John Dramani Mahama's inaugural budget 2025. In the studio with me, I'll start off on my far left, is Dr. Peter Tekpe. He's an economist. Then there is also Dr. Edu Owusu Sarkodie, economist and lecturer, University of Ghana. He's also to my very far left. And then next to me is
the main item of the day. That is item 7. Statements. The first statement. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on our today's order paper, item 7, as you rightly call, the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, I want to invite you to our standing orders, order 195. 2. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I need guidance and I'll read it. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, please, let's listen to the Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the minister was, Mr. Speaker, Order 1952. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I need guidance and I read. The budget statement and economic policy of the government shall be presented to the House by the minister responsible for finance on behalf of or on the authority of the president, and in a form the House may determine. Mr. Speaker, I'm emphasizing on the last part, in a form the House may determine. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, this new standing orders on this 9th Parliament, we haven't determined any form the budget statement will be presented as at now. Mr. Speaker, I have gone to read Order 6, and I have checked on our schedule from Schedule 1 to Schedule 10, and that of Order 6, and I have not been able to understand. And as we stand, Mr. Speaker, as at now, the House has not determined the form the budget is going to be presented. So, Mr. Speaker, the House has to determine the form before he can present any statement. Mr. Speaker, that is my plea, that the House must determine. My application is that the House must determine the form of the budget statement before he reads the statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Public Financial Management Act and its various amendments spell out clearly the budgeting process, the requirements of a budget, what must be contained in it, and etc. And that was a legislation enacted by the same Parliament. And this Parliament acts according to the prescriptions of that legislation. So if there are provisions in the standing orders that recommend that we have a form in which the budget should be presented, the provisions of the Public Financial Management Act, of course, is the parent legislation dealing with financial management and the presentation of budgets. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think there's an issue here. Let's proceed and take the budget statement from the Minister of Finance.
Yes, Minority Leader. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to the application by the Member of Parliament for Toulon. I have also listened to the Leader of the House responding to the said application. The Leader of the House makes a general submission. The application was anchored on the rules of this House. A mandatory provision in Order 195, there's no may there. It reads, for the avoidance of doubt and at the risk of being repetitive, this is what it says. The budget statement in economic policy of the government shall be presented to the House by the minister responsible for finance on behalf of and on the authority of the president, and in the form the House may determine. Yes, wait, look at them. Mr. Speaker, wait, yes. So, yes, wait, Mr. Speaker, let you take it easy. Let you take it easy. Let you take it easy. This is law. Take it easy. Take it easy. Take it easy. So, Mr. Speaker, what is the reverse logic, please? For the benefit of our young ones, for the benefits of the young ones, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this House is a house of procedure. This House is equally guided by its own rules and precedents. Wait a moment. For those who are in a hurry to shout in his agreement, if the law says may determine, is it also the case that in reverse logic, the House may decide not to determine any form? What? No, wait. The law is that a budget statement must be presented. But we are saying again that as a House, we may have to determine which form. So, Mr. Speaker, the invitation by the deputy minority whip is well founded. He is inviting us as a House to determine, are we going to allow him to make a statement, or we are going to allow him to move a motion? Is it going to be in a form of a motion or in a form of a statement? This is a well-anchored application. Don't use your number to shout to intimidate him. He has made a solid argument. This House has not determined the form in which this item has to be taken. The deputy minority whip is inviting us to set the ground rules. The majority leader got up and referred to PFM Act to say what? He didn't quote the specific provision. The man has made an application under our own rules. You didn't attack him on the rules. You didn't know. You didn't say anything against his application on the rules. Mr. Speaker, as the minister is here, in which form are we going to listen to him? Is he going to make a statement, or he is going to move a motion? Mr. Speaker, this House is being invited to determine this matter. You see, the Supreme Court has had an occasion to give a contextual interpretation where may is placed to mean shall. Yes, it is there. No, come on, Mr. Speaker, even that argument aside, put that argument aside. There's no need for any interpretation of whether may should be shall. The point is that the law provides that we should determine the form. The law says we should determine the form. In this House, there are ways to come here. You come to make a statement, you come to move a motion. What is the minister coming to do? It's for this House to determine. Is he going to move a motion in accordance with Article 179? Or he's coming to make a statement? And when he makes the statement, what happens? Is it going to be left with a chairman of a finance committee to now move that this House should debate the statement? Mr. Speaker, this is a solid application, and he should be applauded for what he's done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will want to rule on this matter. I've heard enough. I think in terms of procedure, the right thing has been done. The order you quoted clearly states the statement of the estimates of revenue and expenditure of the government. It says what? The statement. And so what they are bringing to us is a statement. And when statements are admitted, they are presented as statements. Now, when you go to 1952, which you refer to, it says the budget statement and economic policy of the government shall be presented to the House by the minister responsible for finance on behalf of or on the authority of the President. That's first. Second, and in a form the House may determine. Honorable Minority Leader, you are not in a shouting battle. Please. This is the House. The only way the House can determine however you define form is when the statement is presented to you. The House cannot determine this matter outside the House. You can only determine it when you are truly sitting as a House. And this is the House. He's presenting the statement. If you decide that you want a form, you define form in any different manner as you are doing, then this is the time when it is presented, you take this opportunity to determine that form you want, different from the earlier forms that we've decided and been practicing. If this is what you want to do, please, the statement must first be presented to you. It has to be presented to the House. And if you may, you determine the form you want it to be presented. That can be part of the debate. But I'm not sure the definition you are putting on the word form. Form. Please go back to your lexicons. To determine the meaning of form. I think the writing is being done. The statement was admitted. It's been properly captured on the order paper as programmed by the business committee, and the minister is here to present the statement to the House. So the minister may do so. So honorable members, Honorable Minister, just a minute. Just a minute. Honorable members, at the commencement, yes.
Mr. Speaker, just to thank you for your guidance and the proper interpretation of 1952. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Galamsey for the longest time until I became a Galamsey.
Honorable members, item 7, statements. The budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, on the authority of His Excellency the President, President John Dramani Mahama, and pursuant to Article 179 of the Constitution and the other paper and the standing orders of the House, Order 1952, and today's order paper, item 7. Mr. Speaker, I present to you the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, today marks a moment of great significance, and I have the singular honor to stand before this House to present, on behalf of His Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, following his extraordinary mandate, the maiden budget of his new administration. Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply grateful to His Excellency the President for entrusting me with this responsibility. Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, I also submit to this House the following statutory report as required by law. The 2024 annual report on the petroleum funds, in line with Section 48 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815, as amended, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also submit the 2024 Energy Sector Levies Report in accordance with Section 6 of the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015, Act 899. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the 2024 Annual Report on the collection and utilization of the African Import Union Levy, in line with Section 7 of the African Union Import Levy Act 2017, Act 952. Right, Honorable Speaker, with this budget, I will also be seeking a review of the following act to support the policies of government aimed at stabilizing the economy and promoting inclusive growth. The first will be an amendment to the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815. The second will be the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 870. And the second will be an amendment to the Mineral Income Investment Fund Act 2018, Act 978. The Speaker, I will also be seeking amendment to the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015, Act 899. I will be seeking amendment to the Ghana Cocoa Board Act, Act 1984, the PNDC Law 81, as amended. The Speaker, that's not all. I will also be seeking amendment to the Earmark Funds Capping and Realignment Act 2017, Act 947, the Ghana Procurement Authority Act 2003, Act 663, as amended in Act 914. Speaker, I will be seeking amendment to the Ghana Education Trust Fund Act 2000, Act 581. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I will also be seeking amendment to the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2018, Act 982, and incorporating into a comprehensive public financial management act. Mr. Speaker, I forgot to add that I will also be seeking amendment to the Revenue Administration Act 2016, Act 915. So, Speaker, we remain committed to the pursuit of our 24-hour economic policy of stimulating economic growth and job creation. Right, Honorable Speaker, this policy will contribute to addressing Ghana's structural economic challenge by creating an integrated, efficient, and increasingly export-driven industrial economy that fulfills the utilization of our national resources, capital, and labor power. Right, Honorable Speaker, will be presenting the 24-hour economy policy to Parliament in due course. In this respect, Mr. Speaker, the Labour Act, the Ghana Investment Promotion Act, and other enabling legislations will be reviewed accordingly. Mr. Speaker, as part of the effort to stabilize our cedi through foreign exchange and gold reserve accumulation, I will also submit a bill to provide a legal framework for the establishment board for the consideration of this House. Mr. Speaker, this budget is indeed an abridged version of the 2025 budget statement and economic policy of government. I respectfully request the Hansa Department to capture the entire budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, standing here evokes a sense of nostalgia as I reflect on my journey in public service. From my early days as a young parliamentarian in this House in the year 2009, destiny has guided my path from a backbencher to a member of the Finance Committee, to a Deputy Minister of Finance, to ranking member of the Finance Committee, to Minority Leader, to Majority Leader briefly, and now, Mr. Speaker, as Minister responsible of Finance. Right Honourable Speaker, the invaluable experience I gained in this chamber has shaped my perspective, sharpened my focus, and prepared me for the task at hand. I fully commit to supporting His Excellency the President to fix the economy of Ghana. I take this opportunity to extend my profound gratitude to the good people of Ejumako and Yanesiam, my constituents, and to you, Mr. Speaker, and members of this House across the aisle for your unwavering support throughout my years in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, this esteemed House is a sanctuary of rigorous debate, principled cooperation, and at times constructive disagreement, all in the pursuit of greater good of our beloved country. I look forward to working with you, Right Honourable Speaker, and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to reset the Ghana's economy through sound policy and structural reforms that will propel our country forward. Mr. Speaker, there comes a time in a nation's history when fundamental challenges must be confronted, difficult choices must be made, and a new course must be set for the future. For Ghana, the defining moment is now. Mr. Speaker, President John Dramani Mahama made a commitment to reset Ghana for jobs, accountability, prosperity. Mr. Speaker, as captured in the NDC manifesto, in this regard, the theme of our budget is resetting the economy for Ghana we want. Right Honourable Speaker, the democratic principles we tirelessly fought for are being held. Our democracy has been consolidated with yet another peaceful transition of power. That notwithstanding, our youth face an uncertain future with growing unemployment and hopelessness. This suggests that the dividends of democracy, such as economic prosperity and social justice, remains elusive. Mr. Speaker, the choice before us as a country are clear. We can either continue on a path of self-destruction by not confronting the problems, or we can embark on a journey of fundamental reforms and transformation, one that resets our economic model, redefines our priorities, honors our social contract, and provides opportunity for all. Mr. Speaker, luckily, President Mahama has chosen the path of reform and transformation. He will fix the economy. He will restore hope and lead us to build the Ghana we want together. Right Honourable Speaker, this budget was preceded by the National Economic Dialogue on the theme Resetting Ghana, Building the Economy We Want Together, on the 3rd and the 4th of March 2025. Through this consensus-building dialogue, the people demanded a decisive action, real solution to the severe challenges that plagued us as a country. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget is a culmination of the true aspirations, felt needs, genuine desires of the people of Ghana, expressed through the engagement with diverse stakeholders. As part of our broad consultation also, ahead of the budget, we recently engaged traders at major trading centers, including the Mokola market, to listen to their concerns, gauge their expectations, and elicit their input. Mr. Speaker, the extensive consultation revealed that the overriding concern among Ghanaian traders and business community remains price and exchange rate stability. Apart from eroding their working capital, exchange rate volatilities makes effective business planning impossible and increase the cost of doing business. This budget outlines far-reaching measures which will be implemented in close collaboration with the Central Bank, the Bank of Ghana, to effectively and efficiently manage the exchange rate and inflation. Mr. Speaker, we also engage the youth of Ghana in a dialogue on social media as part of our new budget consultation. Mr. Speaker, during my engagement with the youth, it was revealed that 321 pharmacists who were employed since June 2023 have not received their salaries. We will take urgent steps to remedy this situation immediately. Right Honorable Speaker, this conversation was an eye-opening experience, one that strengthened my belief that the voices of the youth matter in designing policies that directly and indirectly impact their lives and future. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2016, I came to this chamber on behalf of the then Minister of Finance, the Honorable Seth Emmanuel Tepe, and led the passage of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 912, to deploy a robust public financial management system. Even though, Mr. Speaker, the Public Financial Management Act remains one of the best in the world, its poor implementation has rendered our public financial management systems weak, allowing for abuse and costly infraction. So, Speaker, President Mahama's government is committed to the full implementation of this critical legislation. So, Speaker, accordingly, we will enforce the sanction regime, link contracting and public procurement to budgetary provisions in the medium-term expenditure framework, and seek parliamentary approval for all multi-year commitments as required by law. All multi-year commitments as required. Mr. Speaker, we will comply with the public procurement process and link them to approved budget. We will also respect the limits of the appropriations as approved by Parliament. We will rationalize the management of the compensation of employees, including conducting headcount across the country. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention or my focus to the state of the Ghanaian economy as at 31st December 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I now focus my attention on the state of the Ghanaian economy as at 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, hands on heart, we inherited an economy in deep crisis. Mr. Speaker, an economy hard hit with debt and beset by other fiscal challenges, such as large accumulation of MDRS, energy sector shortfalls, and financial sector payments. Mr. Speaker, recommitment control and reckless public spending have reversed the progress made in fiscal consolidation, even under the IMF program that commenced in the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the gains made under the IMF-supported program that was to achieve through the painful sacrifice of domestic bondholders, external creditors, and taxpayers, the economy remains in distress. Right Honorable Speaker, key performance indicators to be assessed by the IMF staff in the upcoming fourth review of the program, scheduled for April 2025, such as the primary balance on commitment basis, inflation, social protection, and others, as at end 2024, are likely missed. Right Honourable Speaker, in addition, all structural benchmarks due by end December 2024 are also missed. So, Speaker, inflation worsened in the year 2024 from 23.2% in the year 2023 to 23.8% in 2024. So, Speaker, the 2024 end period inflation also exceeded the budget target of 15% by 8.8 percentage points and the IMF central target of 18% by 5.8 percentage points. Unfortunately, this has triggered a discussion with IMF under the monetary policy consultation clause. Right Honourable Speaker, the primary balance on commitment basis worsened from a deficit of 0.2% of GDP in the year 2023 to a deficit of 3.9% in the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, the primary balance on commitment basis target for 2024 was a surplus of 0.5% of GDP. Sadly, the previous government recorded a deficit of 3.9 percentage point of GDP. This presents a slippage of a whopping 4.4 percentage points. Right Honourable Speaker, at the end of December 2024, total central government arrests amounted to 67.5 billion Ghana cedis, representing 5.2% of GDP. The Speaker, with the road sector recording an arrest of 21 billion Ghana cedis. The Speaker, when I assumed office on the 23rd of January 2025, my office was inundated with requests for payment for many contractors and suppliers. To ascertain the total arrests and outstanding payment for all MDAs, the Ministry of Finance decided to formally request all MDAs on the 28th of January 2028 to submit information on all arrests and outstanding claims for validation. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance held a special hearing with the MDAs to validate the arrests that were submitted for payment. The response from the MDAs and the validation revealed that a staggering amount of 67.5 billion Ghana cedis is owed to government contractors and suppliers. Mr. Speaker, this consists of MDA's outstanding interim payment of invoices worth 49.2 billion and bank transfer advice at the Controller Accountant General worth 18.3 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this 67 billion excludes $1.73 billion owed to independent power producers. This 67 billion also excludes 68 billion Ghana cedis owned by Electricity Company of Ghana to contractors. Mr. Speaker, this 67 billion also excludes the 32 billion owned by the Ghana Cocoa Board to contractors. And Mr. Speaker, this 67.5 billion also excludes the 5.75 billion owned by the Ghana Road Fund to various contractors. Right Honourable Speaker, the Bank of Ghana is also seeking an amount of 53 billion Ghana cedis as bailout to be able to address their negative equity challenge that they face. Mr. Speaker, as part of the measures to address these mounting accumulated arrests, we have commissioned an audit of these arrest payments and guarantee value for money before a penny will be paid. Mr. Speaker, before a penny will be paid, we'll commit to do that arrest. Right Honourable Speaker, in addition to the 67.5 billion cedis in arrests, the validation process also revealed that MDAs have awarded contract to the tune of a minimum 194 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this amount represents 16.5% of GDP as at the end of 2024, with the road sector again alone accounting for 100 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, most of these contractors and most of these contracts were awarded without commencement certificate and authorization. Mr. Speaker, this is in blatant violation of the Public Financial Management Act 921. Right Honourable Speaker, let me now update you on our debt service obligations. Mr. Speaker, apart from the huge arrests and commitment, our fiscal situation is further complicated by huge bullet debt service and constrained fiscal financing options. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the government's option to finance the budget is limited to only Treasury bill market following the debt restructuring program. Moreover, the forthcoming debt service of both domestic and Eurobond debt obligation will have profound implications for fiscal sustainability and balance of payment. Right Honorable Speaker, domestic debt service alone, programmed for the next 4 years, is 150.3 billion Ghana cedis. The Speaker, simply put, the interest and principal payment that will be due for payment beginning now for the next 4 years is 150.3 billion Ghana cedis. This represents 11.6% of GDP in domestic debt service obligation alone. The Speaker, of this 150 billion Ghana cedis, 73.3% of this 150 billion Ghana cedis is due for payment in the year 2027 and 2028. Right Honorable Speaker, 2027 alone, the domestic debt service that will be falling due will be 57.6 billion, and 2028 will be made to call upon to pay 52.5 billion Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, the debt service obligation of 2027 and 2028 are major harms. These harms are cancerous and pose significant risks to the economy of Ghana. But, Mr. Speaker, touch wood, we shall fix it. We shall fix it. Mr. Speaker, our debt service obligation of this financial year is equally burdensome with significant harms. February, we were called upon to pay 9.9 billion. July, we'll be paying 6.2 billion, and August, we'll be paying 10.1 billion, all this year. Right Honorable Speaker, the fiscal challenges are further compounded by the significant short-term Treasury bill that we also inherited. So, Speaker, these obligations, totaling about 111.1 billion Ghana cedis, requires rover week in, week out, placing additional pressure on cash flows and liquidity requirements. Mr. Speaker, beyond the domestic maturities, Ghana faces significant external debt service obligations for the next 4 years. In the next 4 years, we'll be made to call upon to pay $8.7 billion US dollars, representing 10.9% of GDP, with heavy concentration again in the year 2027 and 2028. Again, Mr. Speaker, 55% of this external debt service will be due in the year 2027 and 2028. Right Honorable Speaker, in the year 2027, we'll be made to pay $2.5 billion US dollars, and 2028, we'll have to again pay $2.4 billion US dollars. Right Honorable Speaker, it seems the debt restructuring undertaken by the previous administration was designed to make 2027 and 2028 debt repayment heavy, sadly. So, Speaker, I don't know how come we sat and allowed that design to happen. So, Speaker, that is cancerous. But I can assure you, we will fix it. Mr. Speaker, in spite of all this upcoming domestic and external debt service obligation, no buffers were built to cushion this unprecedented debt service burden. Mr. Speaker, as of 7 January 2025, the debt service reserve account, the sinking fund in dollar, has a balance of $64,000 US dollars. The Speaker, when we were leaving office, we left behind $319 million US dollars in that same account. The Speaker, the debt service reserve CD account had an amount of 143 million Ghana cedis. Right Honorable Speaker, when we were leaving office, the balance was 430 million Ghana cedis. The Speaker, I now move you to stalled project. The Speaker, due to the bilateral creditors' debt restructuring that is ongoing, undertaken by previous administration, a staggering number of 55 projects have been halted. Mr. Speaker, this leaves a massive amount of 3 billion Ghana US dollars in undisbursed loans and about 300 million in outstanding interim payment certificates, IPCs. Some of these projects include the famous Ifia Kwanta Hospital, the Kejetia Market Phase 2, the Bogatanga Boko Pomakrom Road, and the Tema Aflawa Road project. Delayed payments and demobilization from site could result in cost overruns of over $1.1 billion US. Right, Honorable Speaker, the IMF-supported program imposed an annual disbursement ceiling of $250 million for all bilateral loans that are being restructured. This constraint means that it will take a minimum of 12 years to complete all of this stalled program. So, Speaker, unfortunately, as a result of the debt restructuring, all this stalled program, working with the IMF will take a minimum of 12 years if we decide to go business as usual. We'll be engaging in the coming days to resolve this challenge. Speaker, I now take you to the famous energy sector fiscal risk. Mr. Speaker, the increase in energy sector financing shortfall is posing significant risk to the Ghanaian economy. In the year 2024, the Ministry of Finance supported the energy sector with payment of about 20.8 billion Ghana cedis. These resources could have been used for job creation and other development programs, like roads, schools, and hospitals, if the sector inefficiencies were resolved. Mr. Speaker, a recent exercise conducted by the Energy Sector Financing Modeling Team under the Energy Sector Recovery Program, ESRP, revealed that the business-as-usual energy sector financing shortfall has increased significantly to about 35 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2025 alone, even after spending in excess of 20 billion cedis in the year 2024. Right, Honorable Speaker, more importantly, the shortfall for the period 2023 to 2026 has been estimated to be about 140 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this amount is 20 times more than the allocation for goods and service for all MDAs in the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, in addition, the energy sector shortfalls, which relate to current invoices that are largely unpaid legacy arrears due to the independent power producers. Mr. Speaker, the legacy arrears stood at $1.73 billion US as at end 2024. Right, Honorable Speaker, the cocoa sector, which has long been the backbone of the Ghanaian economy, is sadly on its knees, owing to gross mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, the sector faces declining output and financing challenges, characterized by unsustainable debt, rollover cocoa contract risk, and quasi-fiscal expenditures, including cocoa roads, which, Mr. Speaker, is a non-core function of the Ghana Cocoa Board. Right, Honorable Speaker, cocoa production has dropped by nearly 50% over the past 3 years. In the year 2023-2024 crop season, Cocoa Board was unable to supply 330,000 tons of cocoa to meet its contractual obligation. This sharply decline has affected the finances of Ghana Cocoa Board. This undersupply has been rolled over for subsequent years for the new administration to pay. So, Speaker, these 2023 to 2024 forward sales contracts, locked in at lower prices than the current market rates, have resulted in revenue losses of about $840 million US for both Ghana Cocoa Board and the impoverished cocoa farmer. Right, Honorable Speaker, the rollout cocoa contract has resulted in a loss of $495 million US for the year 2025 alone. So, Speaker, these are the risks in relation to the market price differentials and, as a result, costs causing the smuggling that we see with Ghana Cocoa Board. So, Speaker, Cocoa Board outstanding debt amount to 32 billion Ghana cedis, of which 11.92 billion is due to be paid in the year 2025. Outstanding cocoa road contracts reached 21 billion Ghana cedis, approximately $1.3 billion in the year 2024, of which only 4.4 billion has been accounted for in Cocoa Board's finances for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, the financial sector still struggles even after spending 30.3 billion in the financial sector cleanup exercise by end 2024. This includes 26.9 billion Ghana cedis after spending this amount in the banking sector. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the financial sector is still struggling, and the financial sector will require 10.45 billion Ghana cedis to address the financial sector legacy issues and emergent risk. In addition, Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2.2 billion Ghana cedis is required to fully capitalize the National Investment Bank and the Agricultural Development Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I will also update the House on the fiscal performance for the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal performance in the year 2024 was characterized by improved revenue collection, but with significant expenditure overruns. In addition, large arrests were accumulated over the period. Mr. Speaker, in summary, the provisional data shows the following. 1. Primary balance on commitment basis, the key fiscal anchor of the IMF program, worsened from a deficit of 0.2% of GDP at the end of 2023 to a deficit of 3.9% of GDP at the end of the year 2024. This is 4.4 percentage points worse than the target surplus of 0.5% of GDP. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, on cash basis, Mr. Speaker, the primary balance was a deficit of 1.2% of GDP against a target of 0.6% of GDP, representing a 100% deviation. Mr. Speaker, the overall fiscal balance on commitment basis for 2024 was a deficit of 7.9% of GDP against a target of 4.2% of GDP, while the overall fiscal balance on cash basis was a deficit of 5.2% of GDP against a target of 5.3% of GDP. Total revenue and grants amounted to 186.6 billion Ghana cedis, or 15.9% of GDP, 5.3% above the revised target of 177.2 billion Ghana cedis, or 17.4% of GDP. The performance was mainly driven by higher than programmed oil and gas receipts and higher non-oil tax revenue collection. Total expenditure on commitment basis, including discrepancies, amounted to 279.2 billion, or 23.7% of GDP. This is 27.1% above the budget provisions of the year 2024, Mr. Speaker. The primary balance on commitment basis, including discrepancies, amounted to 232.4 billion, or 19.8% of GDP. This is 35.3% above the target of 171.7 billion, or 16.8% of GDP. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, all expenditure lines exceeded their respective targets for the period, except for interest payments, goods and service, and other expenditures. Right Honourable Speaker, the discrepancies for the year 2024 being unclassified expenditure was 3.8 billion Ghana cedis as compared to 12.9 billion Ghana cedis in the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, at the end of December 2024, provisional data indicate that gross central government and guaranteed debt was 726.7 billion from 610 billion in 2023. This represents 61.8% of GDP in 2024, compared to 68.7% in the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to note that the debt to GDP ratio and the dollar component of our debt that has come down, that has reduced, is as a result of the 37% haircut on principal of Eurobond debt under the debt restructuring. Mr. Speaker, it is important to know that. Mr. Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker, it is instructive to note that the debt to GDP that has reduced
is as a result of the 37% haircut on principal and interest that were given to Eurobond bondholders. So, Speaker, you may recall that the government commenced the debt restructuring program in the year 2022 to restore debt sustainability and economic stability. As of now, the restructuring process is approximately 93% completed. The remaining 7% relate to debt of $2.7 billion owed to commercial creditors. We are committed to completing the remaining debt restructuring as soon as possible. The Speaker, real sector development in the year 2024. Right Honourable Speaker, provisional 2024 GDP statistics published by the Ghana Statistical Service on the 10th of March 2025 shows that overall real GDP growth increased. So, Speaker, at the end of increased to 5.7% in the year 2024. So, Speaker, I take that again. Speaker, provisional 2024 GDP statistics published by the Ghana Statistical Service on the 10th of March 2025 showed that overall GDP growth grew by 5.7% of GDP compared to the growth rate of 3.1% recorded over the same period. Mr. Speaker, the key driver of this growth was largely coming from gold mine. So, Speaker, including Galamsey. Including Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, Galamsey growth cannot be sustainable. Mr. Speaker, non-oil GDP growth. Mr. Speaker, the non-oil GDP grew by 0.6% in the year 2024, compared with the growth rate of 3.6% recorded in 2023. Mr. Speaker, the gross international reserves increased to a stock position of $8.98 billion at the end of 2024 and was enough to cover 4 months of imports, exceeding the target of a floor of 3 months of import cover. At the end of 2024, the currency had depreciated by 19.2% against the US dollars, 17.8% against the euro, against the British pound, so, Speaker, and it had depreciated by 13.7% against the euro. The Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker, it is what it is. The state of our economy is troubling, but we will fix it. Mr. Speaker, touch wood, we will fix it. But, Mr. Speaker, it will require some sacrifices, truthfulness, transparency, and discipline. We will take strong measures to confront the situation head on. Mr. Speaker, the sacrifice must come from all stakeholders, beginning with the government. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President appreciates this and has led the charge by significantly downsizing his government from the Elephant 88 to the Umbrella 60. Mr. Speaker, he has also reduced the number of his government ministries from the Elephant 30 to the Umbrella 23. Mr. Speaker, as part of the contribution to the resetting agenda, organized labor has followed suit by working with government and employers association to agree on a modest 10% increase in base pay and minimum wage for the year 2025. Right Honourable Speaker, on behalf of His Excellency the President, I would like to express my profound gratitude to organized labor and employers. Mr. Speaker, ordinary Ghanaians have also sacrificed by enduring the negative impact of severe currency depreciation since 2022. Hyperinflation, high food inflation, principal and interest haircuts, soaring interest rates, among others. Mr. Speaker, it is now time for the people's representative, the members of Parliament, and the judiciary to also follow suit. I would like to call on all other stakeholders, including the business community, faith-based organizations, academia, and civil society to support this national call. So, Speaker, our immediate task is to reset our nation, to restore good governance, reduce the excruciating suffering of our people, and set our country on a trajectory of economic transformation. So, Speaker, our vision is to build a prosperous and a democratic state, anchored on the principles of freedom and justice, providing equal opportunities for all. So, Speaker, through this vision, we will work together to build the Ghana we want. Right Honorable Speaker, the resetting agenda will be anchored on the following. 1. Restoring hope in our democracy, renewing trust in public officials, and helping every Ghanaian attain their full potential. Offering a trusted hand to the vulnerable, particularly women and youth, and creating a new Ghana for coming generations. And finally, stimulating demand by patronizing made-in-Ghana goods under the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, today I came to this chamber with made-in-Ghana bag, signifying, Mr. Speaker, with made-in-Ghana bag, Mr. Speaker, I would like to first present, Mr. Speaker, they don't know that in Ghana we sew suit. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to first present the government's immediate and strong measures to address the current challenges we are confronted with, followed by the medium-term vision, policy objectives and targets. Right, Honorable Speaker, consistent with Section 14 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 911, the fiscal policy objectives of this government is to support the economic transformation agenda to ensure the macroeconomic stability of the country within the macroeconomic and fiscal framework. More specifically, the fiscal policy objective of the government include the following: rationalizing government expenditure and eliminating wasteful expenditures, optimizing domestic revenue mobilization through broadening of tax base, increased non-tax revenue collection, adopting enhanced tax compliance measures, and modernizing the tax administration through digital technology. Mr. Speaker, we will also increase the share of domestic expenditure to spur economic growth and job creation. We'll be reducing public debt to sustainable levels and adopting prudent debt management practice to support debt sustainability. Reducing the fiscal deficit progressively in accordance with the amended Fiscal Responsibility Act to promote fiscal and debt sustainability. And, Mr. Speaker, restoring confidence in the Ghana economy. Right, Honorable Speaker, our approach will be to foster economic growth, accelerate job creation, reduce inflation, and stabilize the cedi. To achieve this, it is crucial that we establish the macroeconomic stability and ensure debt sustainability. So, Speaker, we are confident that by prioritizing these fundamental elements, we can cultivate an environment where individuals can prosper and businesses can thrive in Ghana. So, Speaker, Ghanaians through the recent National Economic Dialogue have expressed a clear desire for fiscal deficit and public debt to be reduced through cuts in government spending rather than through only tax measures. We wholeheartedly agree. So, Speaker, going forward, we will tailor our expenditure to align with our fiscal realities. After all, whoever pays off their debt gets rich. So, Speaker, we are poised to implement a three-pronged approach to achieve our objective, beginning with this budget immediately. First will be to recalibrate the fiscal adjustment, and we believe that by prioritizing spending-led fiscal adjustment can initiate a positive cycle. Fiscal adjustment can initiate a positive cycle in a way that first, it will help lower inflation and curb depreciation of the city. Secondly, it will lessen government reliance on borrowing, which in turn will reduce the crowding out of private sector and lower interest rates. Lastly, this approach will ease the strain on monetary policy, allowing the central bank some greater flexibility to reduce monetary policy rates, ultimately resulting in lower bank and lending rates. Mr. Speaker, the second approach will be to deliver a shock therapy. Mr. Speaker, we are implementing a form of shock therapy to the economy by making significant spending cuts this year, thereby reducing the government financing needs and front-loading fiscal adjustment. This is the down payment for our policy credibility and credit worthiness. Right Honourable Speaker, our third approach will be to restore fiscal responsibility. By moving forward, we will enhance public financial management by empowering ministers to effectively manage their budget on their own, ensuring strict compliance with the commencement certificate. So, Speaker, we'll be passing and enforcing a revised Fiscal Responsibility Act, and finally, we will enforce the sanction regime for non-compliance of the Public Financial Management Act. So, Speaker, in pursuit of the overarching macroeconomic objectives, the following macroeconomic targets have been set for the year 2025. Overall real GDP growth of at least 4% of GDP. So, Speaker, not less non-oil real GDP growth of at least 4.8% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, end period inflation rate of 11.9%. Mr. Speaker, primary balance on commitment basis of a surplus of 1.5% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, gross international reserves, including oil funds and encumbered assets, to cover not more than a minimum of 3 months of import. Mr. Speaker, to address inflation, government will implement a number of measures to complement the Bank of Ghana and monetary authorities. So, Speaker, the measures to stabilize the exchange rate include the following. We will be establishing the Ghana Gold Board to enhance the generation of accumulation of forex to support the stability of the Ghana cedi. The Bank of Ghana will continue to implement its FX forward auction to support the stability of the Ghana cedi. Government strong fiscal consolidation through the reduction in public sector spending and the fiscal deficit will reduce the pressure on the exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, our import substitution drive under the 24-hour economy involving domestic production of key products originally imported will reduce import and related FX requirements, boding well for FX stability. Right Honourable Speaker, we are addressing the inflation problems through a number of measures, including the following. First, specific interventions, including the Agriculture for Economic Transformational Agenda, is expected to increase food production and reduce food inflation. The government will implement policies that target items with large weight in the CPI basket, such as transportation and utility, to reduce their prices. Mr. Speaker, our aggressive fiscal consolidation drive aimed at reducing the fiscal deficit and borrowing will contribute significantly to reducing inflationary pressures. Right Honourable Speaker, our strategy to improve exchange rate stability will reduce imported inflation and fuel prices. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana will maintain an appropriate monetary policy stance and use its liquidity management interventions to support the disinflation process. Right Honourable Speaker, to achieve our expenditure-led fiscal consolidation objectives, we will implement the following measures. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to our expenditure measures. Mr. Speaker, the following expenditure measures will be implemented in 2025 and the medium term to support fiscal consolidation agenda. First, we will conduct a comprehensive audit to validate the quantum of arrests and commitment as at 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, the mandatory use of blanket purchase order to capture multi-year commitment contracts in line with our medium-term expenditure ceilings will be implemented. We will amend the Public Procurement Act to provide for an independent value for money office to scrutinize government procurement. Mr. Speaker, we will also work with Parliament to amend the Public Procurement Act to make commencement certificate and budgetary provision a prerequisite for all procurement that will be paid by the central government. Mr. Speaker, we will fully integrate GANEPS and GIFMIS to ensure that only MDA's projects and purchase orders that have approved budget and allotment can obtain procurement approvals. Mr. Speaker, we will operationalize the compliance desk at the Ministry of Finance to monitor reports on commitment and arrest accumulation. Mr. Speaker, aside that, we will publish a PFM league table for compliance purposes. We will strictly enforce sanctions under the sections 96 to 98 of the Public Financial Management Act for breaches of the PFM Act, specifically those that relate to arrest accumulation and commitment control. Right, Honourable Speaker, we will cut waste and we will cut it very deep. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, we have selected expenditure items including the Ghana Cares, the U-Start, One District, One Factory for complete elimination. Mr. Speaker, we will reassign the functions of development authorities such as Coastal Development Authority, the Northern Development Authority, the Middle Belt Development Authority to the district assemblies and do away with the development authorities. So, Speaker, we will amend the Petroleum Revenue Management Act to allocate all ABFA resources for infrastructure use, not for goods and services, but for infrastructure use. So, Speaker, the National Health Insurance will receive full allocation under the earmark funds capping and realignment act. So, Speaker, the road fund will receive full allocation under the earmark fund and capping and realignment act. So, Speaker, JNPC share of net carried and participating interest from 30, we will reduce the GNPC share of net carried and participating interest from 30% to 15% and fully restore transfers to GNPC under the earmark fund and capping alignment act. Right, Honourable Speaker, we'll be amending the Mineral Income and Investment Fund Act to ensure that 80% of the royalties originally maintained by MIF is transferred to the Consolidated Fund for Infrastructure Development. Right, Honourable Speaker, we will strengthen social protection through the implementation of new interventions such as the no academic fee policy for all first-year students in public tertiary institutions under the No Fee Stress initiative. The Speaker, it also includes the free tertiary education for persons with disability, free primary health care, the Ghana Medical Trust Care, otherwise known as Mahama Care, and free sanitary pads for schoolgirls. Mr. Speaker, to address the energy sector challenges, including reducing the quantum of large energy sector shortfalls, the following energy sector recovery program interventions will be implemented this year. First, Mr. Speaker, ECG and NEDCO will implement a number of measures, including metering and implementation of private sector participation. Mr. Speaker, we will also implement the liquid fuel to gas swap through an increase in N-gas supply from 60 mmSC per day to 100 mmSC to take advantage of cheaper gas prices and others. Mr. Speaker, we will complete the IPP capacity renegotiation to generate some savings through negotiated lower fixed capacity charges and variable O&M charges. Mr. Speaker, as agreed with the IMF by the previous administration, we will implement the following ESRP measures to achieve the structural benchmark of the IMF program. Mr. Speaker, PURC will continue to implement the quarterly tariff adjustment to reflect changes in inflation, exchange rate, and generation mix. Mr. Speaker, PURC will also undertake a major tariff adjustment which will be due in fourth quarter of 2025 to reflect capacity charges, additional liquid fuel usage, and additional capex. The weighted average cost of gas will be increased from the current $7.80 per MMBTU to $8.45 to reflect the increased prices of natural gas as well as the changes in the supply mix. Mr. Speaker, the subsidy on weighted average cost of gas granted to some ceramic companies through the discounted industrial development tariff will be reversed. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the revenue measures. Mr. Speaker, in proposing some revenue measures to achieve the 2025 fiscal target for your consideration, I'll first take you to the IMF requirement. Mr. Speaker, this measure is inconsistent with our commitment under the IMF-supported program to observe a non-oil tax revenue effort of 0.6% point of GDP annually as part of the measures to improve domestic revenue mobilization and achieve our debt sustainability target over the medium term. Right Honourable Speaker, despite our commitment to increase the non-oil tax revenue by 0.6%, we have programmed the following nuisance taxes for removal in line with our manifesto promise. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 10% withholding tax on winning from lottery, otherwise known as the betting tax. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the electronic transfer levy, e-levy, of 1%. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 10% withholding tax on betting. We will abolish the electronic transfer levy, e-levy, of 1%. We will abolish the emission levy, otherwise as in Wusie tax. We will abolish the VAT on motor vehicle insurance policy. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 1.5% withholding tax on unprocessed gold by small-scale miners. Mr. Speaker, the removal of these taxes will ease the burden on households and improve their disposable income. Right Honourable Speaker, the removal of these taxes will ease the burden on households and improve their disposable incomes. In addition, it will support business growth and improve tax compliance. Mr. Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker, the tax refund account has been abused in recent years. In the last 8 years, a study revealed that 29.1 billion Ghana cedis had accrued to the tax refund account, with only 12.5 billion Ghana cedis, representing 43% of the total accrued amount, being used for tax refund purposes. Mr. Speaker, the study also revealed that 16.6 billion Ghana cedis, representing 57% of the total amount accumulated in the tax refund account, was misapplied. Mr. Speaker, which is a total violation of the Revenue Administration Act, Act 915, and the Public Financial Management Act. Instructively, Mr. Speaker, there were virtually no tax refund arrests over the period. Mr. Speaker, and therefore, we are reducing the current tax refund ceiling by 2 percentage points from 6% to 4% of total revenue, as defined in Section 69 of the Revenue Administration Act 915. Mr. Speaker, by reducing the ceiling on the tax refund from 6% to 4%, Right Honorable Speaker, we have saved the taxpayer 3.8 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this amount is enough to close the revenue shortfalls from the removal of the e-levy and the betting levy. Mr. Speaker, the e-levy would have accrued 1.9 billion Ghana cedis, and the betting tax would have accrued 180 million. The two put together is just above 2 billion Ghana cedis. By reducing the tax refund account from 6 to 4, it is enough to remove this tax, and the savings will be provided to take care of social interventions. Mr. Speaker, already we have saved 3.8 billion cedis for 2025 alone from one source, and this is enough to close the gap from the taxes we have removed today. Mr. Speaker, to address the concerns from well-meaning Ghanaians on how we are going to close the revenue shortfalls as a result of the removal of the selected taxes, the answer is that we have stopped the bleeding. We have stopped the bleeding. Mr. Speaker, accordingly, with this budget, we will amend the Revenue Administration Act 2016, Act 915. This measure will improve the tax revenue net of tax refund by 2%, representing 0.3% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, in line with government policy, the 2025 minimum wage recently negotiated with the National Tripartite Committee will be zero rated. This is consistent with our resolve to protect the poor and the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, again, without increasing the levy, we will also review the Energy Sector Levies Act to consolidate the energy debt recovery, the Energy Sector Recovery Levy, and the Sanitation and Pollution Levy into one levy and use the proceeds to cater for energy sector shortfalls and service the inherited debt service obligation. Mr. Speaker, the reset has just begun. Right Honorable Speaker, the rest of the energy sector levies, including the Road Fund Levy, Energy Fund Levy, Price Stabilization and Recovery Levy, Public Lighting Levy, and National Electrification Levy will remain to support the achievement of their intended objectives. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana has not sufficiently capitalized on the benefits of its extractive sector to generate revenue to support development and diversification. We have failed to leverage our natural wealth by capturing its rent and channeling it towards productive infrastructure and human capital. Natural resource rent, which is the difference between the revenue of a commodity and the average cost of producing that commodity, is about 14% of GDP in the case of Ghana. However, Mr. Speaker, revenue from extractive industry is around 1.5% of GDP only. This is because, as a country, we have failed to fully capture the economic rent of our natural resources. Mr. Speaker, whereas global gold prices have seen some significant increase in recent times, Ghana has not been able to take full advantage of the development. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, we are proposing to increase the growth and sustainability levy from 1% on gross production of mining companies to 3% to enable the nation to have its fair share of the windfall. Mr. Speaker, we also propose to extend the sunset clause to 2028. Mr. Speaker, we also propose to extend the sunset cost of the special import levy to 2028. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians, and this honorable House will recall that road tolls on public roads were zero rated in the year 2022. Demand for construction and improvement of road infrastructure continues to increase, even as substantial arrests and claims in the road sector remains. Right, Honorable Speaker, while the annual average collection from road tolls have not been significant compared to its potential, the existing zero-rated policy for road tolls has increased the situation and dimmed the prospect of raising enough revenue from tolls to road construction for road insignificant compared to its potential. The existing zero-rated policy for road tolls has increased the situation and dimmed the prospect of raising enough revenue. We also strengthen the legal and regulatory regime for non-tax revenue and enforce the framework to improve service delivery. This will be achieved through the introduction of an overarching non-tax revenue legislation, amendment of existing relevant laws, and the development of a national non-tax revenue strategy and policy. Mr. Speaker, as part of the reforms to improve other non-tax revenue streams, government will explore the operationalization of a regulatory framework for collection, management, and reporting of property rates consistent with our medium-term revenue strategy 2024 to 2027 and the Local Government Act. Mr. Speaker, we believe that the local authorities must be given the opportunity to collect their own property rates. Mr. Speaker, the current compliance rate for SMEs and personal income tax is below 30%, which is extremely low. Government will embark on an aggressive and sustained tax education campaign in the next 2 to 3 years to ensure improved compliance and tax revenue mobilization. We will also institute a quarterly dialogue on tax issues among the Ghana Revenue Authority, Ministry of Finance, and the business community to ensure that issues affecting businesses are addressed promptly. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to VAT reforms, VAT reforms. Right Honorable Speaker, we commit to the people of Ghana and this House, the business community, that we will undertake a comprehensive value-added tax reform this year. Mr. Speaker, with the aim to review the current distortions and cascading structure of the value-added tax regime. Ghana's effective rate, VAT rate is about 22%. This is obviously because the 2.5% Get Fund levy, the National Health Insurance levy of 2.5%, and the COVID levy are well added to the base for a final determination of what is due for VAT purposes. Mr. Speaker, aside the high VAT rate, businesses are not permitted by law to claim their input VAT for NHIL, Get Fund, and COVID levy, compounding the burden on households. Right Honorable Speaker, our VAT regime has been distorted and rendered inefficient. It combines both VAT and sales tax principles with a flat rate, standard rate, and levies. We have requested for technical assistance from the Fiscal Affairs Department of the IMF on VAT reforms. It is expected that the IMF mission will commence in April 2025. The recommendations from the Technical Assistance Mission are expected to inform our reform. Mr. Speaker, ahead of the IMF Technical Assistance Mission, I will inaugurate a VAT reform task force to hold broad consultation with key stakeholders for their input. Mr. Speaker, the parameters for VAT reform will be is for them to complete this year. Mr. Speaker, the parameters will include the following. 1, abolishing the COVID levy. Mr. Speaker, reversing the decoupling of Get Fund and NHIL VAT from VAT. Mr. Speaker, reducing the effective VAT rate for households and businesses. Reversing the VAT flat rate regime
and upwardly adjusting the VAT registration threshold to exempt micro and small businesses from the collection of VAT. Mr. Speaker, will also improve compliance through public education and awareness. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revenue mobilization and resource allocation. Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grant for 2025 is projected at 223.8 billion Ghana cedis, or 17.2% of GDP, up from 186.5 billion, or 17.4% of GDP. The projection is underpinned by non-oil revenue measures, which are expected to yield at least 0.6% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure on commitment basis for 2025 has been programmed at 269.1 billion, representing 20.7% of GDP, down from 279.2 billion, which is 26% of GDP in the year 2024. Primary expenditure on commitment basis is projected at 204.7 billion Ghana cedis, representing 15.8% of GDP, which is a significant decline from 232.4 billion, representing 21.7% of GDP in the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, based on the resource allocation from 2025 fiscal year, the total appropriations for the year ending 31st December 2025 is 290,971,212,435 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, budget financing. Right Honorable Speaker, based on the estimate for total revenue and grants and total expenditure, the projected overall balance on commitment basis is a deficit of 43.8 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 3.1% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance on commitment basis is a surplus of 20.3 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 1.5% of GDP. On cash basis, Mr. Speaker, overall balance is a deficit of 56.9 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 4.1% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance on cash basis is again a surplus of 7.3 billion, equivalent to 0.5% of GDP. Right Honorable Speaker, the cash deficit of 56.9 billion is expected to be financed from both foreign and domestic sources. The total foreign net financing will amount to 21.4 billion Ghana cedis. Foreign financing will include a provision for financing from IMF ECF program disbursed of 720 billion Ghana cedis and the World Bank Development Policy operations of 600 million Ghana cedis. The residual net domestic financing will amount to 36.9 billion, representing 65% of total financing for 2025. This is expected to be sourced from the issuance of debt at the short end of the domestic market and opening of the domestic market. Mr. Speaker, the government will take steps to reopen the domestic bond market to extend the maturity profile. The reopening will be executed cautiously to establish large-size benchmark bonds that will enhance market liquidity. Right Honorable Speaker, further is to reduce the risk on debt portfolio of government, and we will build cash buffers to support effective implementation of the liability management strategy. Mr. Speaker, this will help smoothing the redemption profile and mitigate refinancing risk associated with Ghana's debt portfolio. Mr. Speaker, the government in 2025 and the medium term will implement liability management operations to manage the risk embedded in the Eurobond debt profile. Right Honorable Speaker, beginning 2025, we will commence the operationalization of Section 37 to Section 44 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, we will be building sufficient buffers in the sinking fund as a landmark reform to manage our public debt.
Right Honourable Speaker, I'm pleased to report to the House that following our proactive fiscal management strategy, in our engagement with the market, this management strategy has yielded sufficient dividend. So, Speaker, on the 7th of January 2025, the NDC government inherited a 91-day Treasury bill rate of 28.19%. So, Speaker, just 2 months into this administration, we have successfully reduced this rate to 17.72% as at last Friday. Mr. Speaker, this represents a reduction of over 10%. In other words, 1,047 basis points in just 2 months. Mr. Speaker, similarly, on the 7th January 2024, we inherited a 182-day Treasury bill rate at 28.92%. We have again successfully reduced that rate to 18.97% as at Friday, 7th March 2025. This represents a reduction of 995 basis points in only 2 months. Mr. Speaker, again, on the 7th of January 2025, we inherited a 364-day Treasury bill rate of 30.15%. We have successfully reduced this rate to 19.93% as at Friday, 7th March 2025. Mr. Speaker, this represents a reduction of 1,022 basis points in just 2 months. Mr. Speaker, on average, rates have fallen by over 1,000 basis points, signifying a strong investor confidence, crowding in the private sector, reducing the cost of doing business, and overall acceptance of economic policies of President John Dramani Mahama, ultimately laying the groundwork for sustained macroeconomic stability. It has been done already. So, Mr. Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker, the key policy intervention to support economic transformation and job creation agenda include the following. So, Speaker, the 24-hour economy aimed at stimulating economic growth by creating an enabling environment for businesses and institutions to operate 24/7 in 3 shifts of 8 hours each to boost production, promote productivity, and generate well-paying jobs. We will be presenting the policy to Parliament in due course for consideration. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, the Labour Act, the GIPC Act, and other enabling legislations will be reviewed to support the 24-hour economy policy. Right Honourable Speaker, we will roll out the implementation of the $10 billion Big Push policy for strategic infrastructure development to open up the country and drive sustainable economic growth. Right Honourable Speaker, the Ghana Gold Board will be established in the course of the year and as soon as possible. So, Speaker, we will stabilize the Ghana cedi and provide stability to the macroeconomy. We will implement an economic transformational agenda underpinned by structural reforms anchored on promoting modernized agriculture, agribusiness, and value addition for import substitution, export, and job creation. Mr. Speaker, we will complement monetary policy with fiscal and real sector policies to reduce inflation. Food inflation will be reduced through the implementation of the Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda anchored on our 24-hour economy. Right Honourable Speaker, we will undertake key structural reforms to support inclusive economic growth, fiscal sustainability, sound public financial management, efficient public service delivery, and good governance. Speaker, we will restructure the Bank of Ghana to strengthen its independence and operationalize its efficiency mandate. So, Speaker, we will ensure that social protection is adequately catered for in the course of the year. We will use government procurement to drive Made in Ghana agenda to promote production and consumption of Made in Ghana goods. Right Honourable Speaker, to demonstrate this agenda, as I said, I came to this House with a presentation of a bag proudly made in Ghana by Horseman. Mr. Speaker, this should be encouraged. Right, Honorable Speaker, beginning this year, we will formalize the export of Ghanaian labor to other countries. We will ensure a structured and beneficial system for Ghanaian workers seeking employment abroad and create safer legal pathway for them to work in foreign countries whilst protecting their rights and welfare. Mr. Speaker, this will also reduce illegal migration, prevent worker exploitation, and maximize the economic benefits of remittance and boost foreign exchange earnings. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to how these resources will be allocated in the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, we will provide a cedi equivalent of $279 million as a revolving fund for the Ghana Gold Board to be able to purchase and export at least 3 tons of gold per week from small-scale miners. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 13.85 billion Ghana cedis for Big Push project. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 13.85 billion Ghana cedis for the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 499.8 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for the for all first-year students in public tertiary institutions under the No Fee Stress initiatives. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 292.4 million Ghana cedis to commence the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in primary and secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated again an amount of 242.5 million Ghana cedis to support the victim of Akosombo Dam spillage. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 200 million Ghana cedis to support the victim of tidal wave disaster that recently displaced resident in certain part of K2 South constituency. Mr. Speaker, the overarching concern about free secondary education has been its quality and the absence of dedicated sources of financing. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has resolved it. Mr. Speaker, let me take this again. The overarching concern about free secondary education has been its quality and the absence of a dedicated sources of funding. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has resolved the funding challenges by uncapping the GET fund. Mr. Speaker, this makes available dedicated funding for full financing of free senior secondary school education and free tertiary education for persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, therefore, Capping and Realignment Act will be amended to uncap the Ghana Education Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, this year, the budget for free senior secondary school education program is 3.5 billion Ghana cedis. By uncapping the GET fund, we will be making available an additional 4.1 billion Ghana cedis, specifically for financing free secondary education program and other related expenditures. Mr. Speaker, aside the uncapping of GET fund, we have also absorbed the debt service made up of interest and principal from the Dache bond that GET fund contracted. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 564.6 million Ghana cedis for the provision of
curriculum-based textbooks covering the following. 1. 4 sets of KG books and workbooks for about 2.8 million learners. Mr. Speaker, we have also provided for 4 sets of primary textbooks for about 800,000 learners. Mr. Speaker, we have also provided for 9 sets of SHS textbooks for about 540,000 learners. Right Honorable Speaker, under the school feeding program, budgetary provision has been increased from the 1.3 billion Ghana cedis last year to 1.78 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, representing a 33% increase. The allocation for 2025 reflects an increase in feeding costs per meal, per child, from the 1 cedi 50 pesos to 2 cedis, representing 33.3%. Mr. Speaker, the government has also allocated 145.5 million Ghana cedis to the capitation grant, up from 84 million Ghana cedis in 2024. This is an increase of 73.4% over the previous year. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 203 million Ghana cedis for the payment of teacher training allowances and another 480 million Ghana cedis to nursing training allowances. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we have uncapped the National Health Insurance Levy. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we have uncapped the National Health Insurance Levy. An amount of about 10 billion Ghana cedis has been programmed for the National Health Insurance Scheme. And this amount is expected to be used for the following: claim payments, essential medicine, vaccine payment, free primary health care, the Ghana Medical Care Trust, Mr. Speaker, and bridging the USAID financing shortfall. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2025, government will continue to implement reforms and increase budgetary allocation to enhance the implementation of 4 targeted social protection programs, namely National Health Insurance, the LEAP program, the school feeding program, and the capitation grant. Right Honorable Speaker, under the LEAP program, beneficiaries will be increased from the current 350,000 to 400,000 beginning July 2025. The allocation of 728.8 million Ghana cedis for last year has been increased to 953.5 million Ghana cedis in the year 2025. So, Speaker, we have also uncapped the road fund. An amount of 2.81 billion Ghana cedis has been programmed for the Ghana Road Fund to be used solely for road maintenance. This represents an increase of 155% over the 2024 allocation of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 7.5 billion Ghana cedis to the District Assembly Common Fund. In accordance with our decentralization policy, we propose to Parliament that a minimum of 80% of the funds allocated to the District Assembly Common Fund should be sent directly to the district assemblies to spur economic growth and at the district level to deepen decentralization. Right Honorable Speaker, I repeat, we have allocated an amount of 7.5 billion Ghana cedis to the district assemblies common fund. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our decentralization policy and objective, we propose to Parliament that a minimum of 80% of the funds should be sent directly to the district assemblies to spur economic growth at the district level and deepen decentralization. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that in a stark contrast to what has happened recently at the District Assembly Common Fund, where only 50% of the released amount are sent to the District Assembly for the purposes of running the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 1.5 billion Ghana cedis for Agriculture for Economic Transformational Program, of which Feed Ghana, Ghana Grains Development Project, Vegetable Development Project, and Nkoko Nketenkete are all key components of the program. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated 51.3 million Ghana cedis as seed fund for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 300 million Ghana cedis to the National Apprenticeship Program. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, we have also allocated an amount of 300 million Ghana cedis to the National Apprenticeship Program. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 100 million Ghana cedis to the Edumewura Program. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 100 million Ghana cedis has been allocated to the National Codes Program. Mr. Speaker, another amount of 100 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for the payment of monthly allowance to all assembly members. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, sector ministers will be presenting to this House a detailed sectorial performance and outlook, as well as, Mr. Speaker, sector ministers will be presenting to this House a detailed sectorial performance and outlook, as well as sector-specific policy interventions to deal with the challenges of various MDAs. So, Speaker, I want to repeat this. So, Speaker, sector ministers will be presenting to this House a detailed sectorial performance and outlook, as well as specific sector interventions to deal with the challenges of various MDAs. This is indeed a departure from the norm, where ministers of finance present detailed sectorial performance as part of their budget speech. So, Speaker, I believe sector ministers must be made to do so. Right Honorable Speaker, in conclusion. So, Speaker, in conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the state of the economy, as I have presented, does not reflect an economy that has turned the corner. It reflects an economy in severe distress, burdened with debt repayment harms, mismanagement, and lack of accountability. The budget set Ghana on a path of fiscal responsibility, debt sustainability, macroeconomic stability, and job creation. It is about resetting the economy and restoring hope. Ghanaians reaffirmed their faith in a better future when they actively participated in the National Economic Dialogue on the 3rd and 4th of March 2025. A key outcome of the dialogue was the confirmation that the fundamental problem with our economy is fiscal indiscipline. The NPP administration awarded contracts outside the expenditure framework. They borrowed over and above Ghana's capacity to repay. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama's administration will be fiscally disciplined and deliver improved public service to our people in a cost-effective manner. Mr. Speaker, we remain steadfast in meeting the IMF program target while restoring Ghana's creditworthiness. We have achieved a lot in a short time, but this is only the beginning. Our commitment to reform we will not waver on that, Mr. Speaker. We have achieved a lot in this short time, and our commitment to reform will not waver. Those who doubt our resolve should not underestimate the determination of the people of Ghana, who will no longer tolerate ineffective governance. Together, we will navigate these turbulent times and emerge stronger. Mr. Speaker, we are making serious progress. Right Honorable Speaker, we are making progress. We committed to running a lean, efficient government of 60 ministers. Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to scrapping the e-levy. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to scrapping the Burton tax. We have delivered. Right Honorable Speaker, we committed to eliminate academic fee for first-year public tertiary students. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to providing free tertiary education for all people with disability. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to providing dedicated source of funding for free secondary education. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to distributing sanitary pads to our schoolgirls. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to uncap get fund. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to uncap the national health insurance. We have delivered. Right Honorable Speaker, we committed to uncap the road fund to maintain our roads. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to hold a national forum on education. We have delivered. Right Honorable Speaker, we committed to hold a national dialogue on the economy. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to deliver free primary health care. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to deliver Mahama Care Program to finance the treatment of non-communicable disease. Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to deliver free textbooks to school children. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to begin the implementation of $10 million Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to constitute a review process for our constitution. Mr. Speaker, we are delivering. Mr. Speaker, we committed to build the Ghana we want together. We are delivering. Right Honorable Speaker, we committed to recover all looted state funds under our Operation Recover All Loot program. We are delivering. Mr. Speaker, we committed to reset Ghana. We are delivering. Right Honorable Speaker, I call on Parliament, the business community, civil society, investors, and all citizens to support the bold reforms outlined in this budget. Together, Mr. Speaker, we have the power to build a resilient economy that will help us tackle the challenges we face as a country. This budget is a foundation upon which we will build a more resilient and equitable society. Mr. Speaker, this budget is not just about numbers. It is about a blueprint for growth, stability, and opportunity. With unity and determination, we can restore faith in our economy, foster innovation, and uplift every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, with unity and determination, I repeat, we can restore faith in our economy, foster innovation, and uplift every Ghanaian. Right Honourable Speaker, on behalf of His Excellency the President, I invite this House to join hands with us as we work to build the Ghana we want together. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much. Idebi keke.
Honourable members. Honourable members. Honourable members. Honourable members. Honourable members. The Minister for Finance has taken 1 hour 40 minutes to make the statement. And I believe by our standing orders, the statement time is ended. We now move on to the commencement of public business. Item 8. Presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented. Presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented. 8A by the Minister for Finance.
Annual report on the
on the Petroleum Fund for the 2024 fiscal year. Honorable members, this refers to 8A Roman 1, and this has been presented and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. We now move on to 8A Roman 2. Annual report on the collection and utilization of the African Union Import Levy for the 2024 fiscal year. Honorable members, this report is also duly laid and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. I would now want to hear from the leaders. I saw the minority leader give an indication that he may want to have a word. Yes. Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we have been presented with part 2 of the lamentation series. The part 1, Mr. Speaker, the part 1 was Mahamanomics. The part 2 is Forcenomics. And it's very clear, Mr. Speaker, that under the economy that they complain about, the growth was 5.7%. And under the research economy, the growth is rather going down. You are projecting a 4-point-something growth. That is what you are doing. Mr. Speaker, the economy that they complain about left us with 4 months of import cover, and they are projecting under reset 3 months. Mr. Speaker, these are the very people who managed the economy up to 2016 and left us with some IPP debts. Today they are telling us that they are coming to renegotiate the very disaster they left us. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are not debating today. We are giving an indication.
Honorable Minority Leader, please be guided by Order 91.
Mr. Speaker, exactly so. Very, very guided by that. Mr. Speaker, I may read Order 91.
Your statement was that you are not debating today.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, we are not making comment on it. We are not going to make comment today. 91, Mr. Speaker, when he makes a statement, we are supposed to comment on it.
Yes.
Yes, so I'm saying that we are not going to engineer the comment today. Because, Mr. Speaker, they are not ready. We are ready, but we think they are not ready.
Minority
so I'm
Leader.
only going to give an indication. Mr. Speaker, let the Minority Leader enjoy his bona fides for this minute. Just relax, Mr. Speaker.
I only want to draw your attention to the fact that you can only make comments.
Very well.
And the comments not